All right, you guys definitely check out Syed's newsletter. We got a ton of NBA shit to get to. I'm not gonna even lie. I am not gonna lie. This season is gonna be super lit. Let's get it in. Let's start off with Syed's newsletter with the Hawks article. Very interesting stuff. Syed, man, I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be multi-layered when we cover this too. This is gonna be super multi-layered because we gotta go over like the Hawks game plan post DeJounte Murray, and also the Hawks kind of in a conundrum because Trae Young's value throughout the league, even though he has great numbers, it's almost like no one doesn't want him. So how do Hawks fans really even feel that they have a quote-unquote superstar that doesn't really have necessarily the value they think he does outside of their franchise?
Bro, it's I think, bro, it has to do with Trae Young's size more than anything, bro. That size thing, it doesn't really give him a big window or a big window peak, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of teams are more hesitant to get a guy like Trae Young. And I also think Trae Young's game with the lack of off-ball movements and him being so ball dominant is like he can't really be a third option on your team, because of how much he demands the ball in his hand.
Correct.
So I think that those kind of play a factor, his game and his size. If let's say Trae Young was the size of, I don't know, like Paulo Banchero, it wouldn't be that hard to trade him away. Like, if we're keeping it real. But unfortunately, the size and how Trae Young's built, lack of athleticism, it makes it hard for Trae Young to find a new home.
Yeah, and how
dude,
how you have to hide him on defense too, because DeJounte Murray, he wasn't really big enough to and much of a ball stopper to actually cover up for Trae Young and the Hawks' issues.
Nah, he wasn't, bro. I think that's what like this whole rebuild is, this minor rebuild that the Hawks have done, right? Because they got the guy from New Orleans, Dyson Daniels. They got
they love
Zachary. Oh, he's great. And what's that dude? Zachary Ricochet, if I'm not pronouncing his name right.
Yeah, the first overall. Was he the first? Yeah, he's the first overall pick.
Yeah, he was the first overall pick. Yep. These guys are just there to like pick up kind of the slack and kind of make the Atlanta Hawks bigger as a team, right? With Jalen Johnson, Big O, the center, Clint Capella, and the rookie. Like, that's just what the Hawks are. I think they're gonna go through a minor rebuild. But dude, honestly speaking, like the Hawks will never be a franchise that can land stars, right? They're always gonna be a team that just needs high value players. And since 2021, they've been on the decline. So for me, it's like, is it really sustainable, or are they just buying time? Because they know like Trae Young's not tradable, but they also know they'll never attract a big star anytime soon.
I mean, who knows if they have the right situation? But also the thing with the Hawks, right? I mean, again, it's weird because you look at Trae Young's averages. I mean, this guy, he's one of the assist leaders throughout the league. And I'm just wondering, I've always wondered, how the hell do the fan base feel that they have this guy putting up these numbers, but the rest of the league is like, nah, we don't want to trade for him. We're good. And it's like, how do the fans even interpret that? You think they're questioning themselves if they really have a star? Like, how is this perception in Atlanta? That's what I've always wondered, because we've never seen this before. Because the only reason this is happening because of the brand new CBA, teams don't want to go over the second apron. And now we have players who are super productive, like Julius Randle, Lauri Markkanen, and teams don't want to necessarily trade for them because of their contracts. We just never seen this before.
Nah, bro, I think the NBA has made every team conservative, right? And Trae Young's like a victim of it, along with like the other two guys you named. And Brandon Ingram's another one. I think Levine, but Levine, his rally was going up, so who knows? But those are kind of like the prime examples you could really bring up. Is kind of the CBA has screwed these guys into making teams more conservative. So by extension, they're not getting, trades to other teams that can maybe benefit them,
Yep. And that's one layer to it, right? Because I'm not sure if online you watch this channel called Stunted Growth. It's kind of one of these rabbit hole channels you kind of get stuck into, where he talks about like the fall off of certain superstars, like what stunted their growth. And he always goes stunt number 1, stunt number 2, and he would go down the list. Well, I would say for Trae Young, another stunt would be the league actually switching up the defensive coverages, the defensive rules. Like, you remember how Trae Young used to step back into shots?
Yeah.
Like, he would step to the side or try to land on a defender, or like, take a jump shot and jump backwards into the defender. They took away all those things. You know what I mean? So not only the defensive rules got tightened up, after the bubble season actually, and then they kind of made it even tighter after Luka dropped 71 on the Hawks last season, because they met with the officials around March and they actually tightened up the rules even more for the defenders to have more of an advantage, so there won't be so much 60-point game nights like last season. So after they tighten up all those things, it's almost like Trae Young, and you add on top of that the CBA kicking in, and then the Hawks strike out with the shooting guard. They strike out with DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
All these things kind of compound on top of each other. It's like, damn. And then look at the Hawks. They got lucky. They get the first overall pick for a team that should have been at least in the middle of the pack in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
This is a very unique. I think this might be the first time a situation like this is really happening. And then the fans, and my bad, and this is why I say, how are the fans in Atlanta interpreting all this? Because this is multi-layered. It's not just Trae Young is not wanted throughout the league. There's certain things that are causing a domino effect to make that, to make these things happen while he's still putting up numbers.
Yeah. Well, I think Trae Young, he kind of came at the era 2018. He came at the era where the NBA favored more offense, right? But obviously through criticisms, kind of like the whole James Harden controversies of him kind of flaring when getting to the basket and trying to ref bait. It's hurt his game a lot. It hurt like Devin Booker's game for a little bit, but he's been able to adjust to it. Obviously Harden, but those guys are big guys, so it's much easier for them to adopt. With Trae Young, you kind of have to be a little bit of like more finesse in your game in order to get your baskets. So I think they took away his finesse for the most part, because Trae Young is a Steph Curry. He isn't like a dominant shooter. I think what makes Trae Young dominant or a star
is his passing
abilities.
Yeah, his passing. Yeah. Definitely so one of the league leaders in that.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. He's one of the best passers of this generation, right? I guess he's still considered a young player. If Luka Doncic's considered a young player, he's one of the best young players when it comes to passing.
Yeah, so just going back to your article, because you put Trae Young's last ride.
Yeah.
Do you really believe it could be his last ride? Because they owe him, I believe, money for about 3 seasons. It's looking like he's going to have to ride this out.
I don't think he's going to leave the Atlanta Hawks anytime soon. Possibly until his last season, or maybe he leaves in free agency, or maybe the Hawks become good again. But as of right now, bro, if you're Trae Young, you look at your peers. You look at Luka Doncic going to the finals. You look at kind of Anthony Edwards going to the Western Conference. Let's see where like Memphis with John Morant goes, and let's see where Zion goes, right? Let's see how their season ends. But when you look at your peers and they're in a better situation than you, how long are you willing to like stay back and kind of trust in the organization for them to build you a good team?
Yeah, I just don't. He has no choice. The thing is with the CBA rules, he has no choice unless he's willing, after his contract is done, after the 3 years, 27, 28, he's gonna have to want to take less money. I mean, I know the cap is still going up, but it's just teams right now, it seems like the way the landscape is, players entering restricted or unrestricted free agency is going to be super rare. I believe Paul George is the last player we've seen leave a team and then got new money somewhere else. But now because of the new CBA, getting the new money is going to be a mission. Going to a brand new team and getting new money is going to be a mission nowadays. Yeah, it's going to be super rare. You see everyone re-signing with their teams.
Like, a guy with no like demand, right? Like Trae Young. It makes you beg a question. When this guy's a free agent, will he get the money that he wants? It's probably a no if teams aren't willing to already trade for him.
Yeah, because he's going to be 29 when he's eligible for that money.
29, and I don't really see, like, unless Trae Young grows, and that's obviously like, what if? We're not seeing Trae Young like making that many developments or many improvements.
Nah, I mean, I wouldn't hold it past him, because we've seen Jalen Brunson adapt to the new defensive rules and not being able to get away with certain things. So there are smaller players that that have adapted. Is Trae Young going to be willing to do the small things, the off-ball movement, improve on his basketball IQ.
He needs to become more of a scorer.
Yeah, take advantage of his positioning in certain defensive, defensive schemes. There's small things that he can do. He can cover his ground a bit and make up for that defensive inefficiency. Go ahead.
I do think the Hawks right now built is a perfect Trae Young team, to be honest with you. Because his rookie isn't a ball demanding player. Jalen Johnson's a good passer, but he isn't a ball demanding player. Then you got obviously Clint Capella and the Big O, the center. They're not very ball demanding players. They're guys who can play off ball. Boban Bogdanovic, he's a guy off the bench. He can, be a second point guard and play off the ball.
I believe he recently got hurt.
He did?
Yeah, he might be out for some time. He recently got hurt.
Just overall, you could, I'm just making overall arguments.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, that team, for what it is a perfect Trae Young team. But the problem is the perfect Trae Young team, at most, in the modern day NBA post 2021, with all these rule changes, salary changes, most they're making is a like the preseason tournament, not the preseason tournament.
Oh, the
postseason tournament.
The play-in.
The play-in tournament, yeah.
Yeah, all these damn tournaments. Well, yeah.
I think I mixed both of them up together.
Yeah, you know what? They call it now the Emirates Cup. So thank God they got rid of the in-season tournament shit. It's called the Emirates Cup now.
But I wish I had a better name for it. But whatever to make the sponsors happy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yo, what's so funny? Melo had a theory on that. Carmelo had said, I think he kind of gave insight to what's kind of going on with the league. I think they're trying to pitch the All-Star game to be like an event overseas.
That'd be good.
Yeah, and then they think
like
that
Europe?
they think that if they bring it to the Middle East, they can actually pay the players more to do the dunk contest and everything. It solves like two birds with one stone.
Oh, okay. I guess sell it to the collegies and hopefully they pump in some money and
they're gonna pump in a ton of money. What? They're gonna pump in a ton of money in that.
But that's like the theory. I assume they think the collegiate kings are, and these companies that are trying to be kind of like a lot more Western or a lot more like tourist hub, business hubs to like open up their country for this. It's possible. I mean, dude, it'd be much better. I think the All-Star game in America is kind of dead.
Yeah.
Like it gets views obviously because it's legacy, but overall, like you ask the average, like I watched the All-Star person out of spite just to make a vlog of how shit it was.
Yeah.
So, I don't even think you bothered to make a video on it. So like so like maybe in the Middle East it'll be much more entertaining.
Obama has said something about the All-Star game.
Yeah, what did Obama say?
I think he had a meeting with Tyrese Haliburton. And like he did. I don't know how Tyrese got to sit down with Obama. Maybe it's for the presidential campaign thing. It's like promo or whatever.
I think it's to campaign for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Obama actually shitted on the All-Star game heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he went off topic too. He shitted on it off topic. He was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, what am I watching?
Yeah, he was. Bro, he was sick about that shit.
I think last season was the big. I mean, we talked about it like a couple podcasts ago about like trying to sell to sponsors, right? Obviously, like TNT, Warner Brothers are kind of out the picture, and Amazon. I think Adam Silver made it an emphasis. You remember he brought in Larry Bird and a lot of these legends, the 75 players of all time. He tried to make it a whole gimmick of this being legacy in order to sell some sponsors. So the NBA, they do have it in like a lot of pressure to make this a big deal, the All-Star game, and kind of bring back the prestige. To me, it's like ridiculous that guys like Zion Williamson, John Morant, Anthony Edwards never participated in a dunk contest.
Yeah, again, Melo, I think Melo kind of gave insight. He didn't want to elaborate on it too much, but he said he's hearing talks that if they do bring it overseas, it could be a whole event. People are going to bring their families. Sheiks are going to end up buying this shit. You already know how it is. But actually, real quick, we could actually hear what Obama had to say. I got it right here.
All right,
let's check it out.
Well, I just read the room. It's like the All-Star game. You read the room. It's a precedent that's set.
Can I say something, though? Y'all got to have a little more pride in that All-Star game. I mean, look, it's not as if y'all don't play pickup during the summers.
Right.
So you know how to play in a way that, all right, I'm not going to hurt anybody. I'm not going to take anybody out. But that All-Star game's it's broke, man.
Well, I mean,
like people just like not running. Everybody just trying all kinds of.
Well, I'm not.
It used to be when Kobe and Michael and Isaiah, those guys were playing, man. I mean, they weren't playing the way they did regular season, but they wanted to win.
This sounds like a conversation with my pops right now. He's giving me the same speech.
It insults the game.
Well, all I said is my first All-Star game, I came off the bench. So I'm just reading the room of what's going on, and I'm just going to adjust to whatever.
No, I agree, but everybody needs to be just like, all right.
We got to lock in better.
Lock in better.
Well, we had
because you're showing out. This is this is your business. This is your product. You don't want people thinking y'all out there just half-assed.
That's a good point. We had a full meeting before last year's All-Star game.
And it didn't work.
It didn't work. Who came in? I'm so mad at myself. Larry Bird came in there and gave us a speech about taking it more serious.
Take it more seriously.
Could they change the stakes, though, in a real way? To do something to make it where it's like...
I mean, the problem is y'all get paid so much now. Although the in-season tournament turned out better than I expected.
Yeah.
Right? Where people, the incentive there, but partly because the game counted towards the season. But y'all need to do something. Because
we got to figure it out.
Because I ain't watching that thing no more.
Obama letting them know. He sounds like a person who bought courtside seats that is tight.
Yeah. He said, I ain't watching this shit no more.
Seriously, that's a bad look. Yo, Tyrese couldn't even say shit.
No, he's right. Like, bro, it's an embarrassment for the league.
Yeah, but
forget that the president said it, man. That's a fan telling you it. He represented all fans who watch that shit.
Yeah, and it's funny because he also mentioned how much the players are getting paid.
Yeah.
That's going to be very noticeable in the next 10 years, how much these guys are getting paid. Because for the All-Star game to be looking like that, the All-Star game in the future is going to consist of players who are making 60 million plus.
Yeah.
60 to about 112 per year. That's going to be crazy to see them half-ass a game. That's going to be nuts.
Oh, 100%, bro. Especially when the NBA is looking to sell, like, bring in advertisers in, right? Because that's the most important thing. And, you know, if these guys aren't playing up to par, bro, then you're not having the collegies or the European companies or the American companies. Nobody's going to invest in that shit. Because, bro, this is your second biggest event after the NBA Finals, right? The All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
So you actually do need it to be prestigious. Also, when you're talking about the Gulf countries, you also see, like, obviously the Emirates sponsoring the kind of the tournaments, but you also see Qatar Airways. They sponsor the Brooklyn Nets. So you're kind of seeing a lot of these Arab countries or these Gulf countries really investing in the NBA.
Yeah, they are. They are. I mean, that World Cup 2022 is like the blueprint. You know, that was like the test, actually. They seen it. They tested it out. They're like, oh my God, like if we get these events, it's a good look for the country. You know, it kind of puts us on the map.
The economy, bro. I went to Qatar Airways when I was going from like Pakistan back to home. Bro, they invested a lot at that airport for these guys to come in.
Yeah. Over there's it's been kind of on the trajectory of being westernized for a while.
Yeah, it's been like this.
They brought in museums over there from out west. And they've been
festivals.
Yeah, they've been trying to do that for a long time. I would say probably for the last like 20 years. They've been trying to, but it seems like they realized the sporting events bring people together on a whole nother level.
Yeah, then you could bring in these tech companies because I think the Emirates, most importantly, and even the Saudis, they want to bring in these tech companies, kind of like go further away from oil dependency. So I think the NBA could really be like, they know the NBA, especially soccer NBA, they could be a key factor in kind of like grifting away from the oil dependency.
Yeah, like diversifying their economies.
Yeah.
Like I said, the World Cup, a lot of people didn't think that World Cup in Qatar was gonna work out. And the way they kind of had everything set up in such a short time, they show that, hey, they can put in work. They can make things work out, and they can make themselves a destination.
They can be tourist friendly, everything.
Yeah, they really have. It was. I'm telling you, man, that Qatar World Cup was really successful. That was one of the better World Cups I've seen in my life.
Great. It was a great presentation. I don't even watch soccer, but I know like the presentation was incredible.
Yeah, I actually seen it when I first came out here. It was beautiful, man, to be in December, because I'm used to being in NY during the summer. In the city watching the World Cup games. It's crazy, man. There's bars, there's Brazilian bars, French bars. Like, you got all different cultures. But out here, I'm not gonna lie, man. I came out here. It was December. It was like 80 degrees. Man, you guys have a whole area for soccer that I never seen before. I never thought I would see that in America.
There's a diehard base of soccer fans.
Yeah. Yo, I went to pitch. I think it's pitch 42.
Yeah.
Yeah, that place is fire. The whole place is set up. It has like a dome. It's like a soccer dome, and it even has a soccer field inside the bar, like a little mini indoor soccer field. It's pretty dope. I think it's called Pitch 42.
At one point, James Harden bought a piece of the Houston Dynamos. I don't know if he still owns it, but soccer is kind of like, it has a big underground scene here.
Yeah, no, big underground. It has a whole area. There's a whole area dedicated for soccer out here.
Yeah, but you're not gonna see it's like not many people rep soccer, but there's a strong enough fan base. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like most people here, they rep the Texans or the Astros more.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's generational, because I know when I was a kid, they started having soccer in America. Like, they formed leagues. I'm not sure how long the league has been around, but I know it just started. Like, it was only a few years in.
Is Messi still in Miami?
Yeah, he's in Miami. So you have to look at, like, there's a generation that saw like soccer only through when Pele came out here in the World Cup, and that was it. But then there's another generation that grew up with soccer in their local cities.
Yeah.
And that's where that the soccer explosion is coming from. You see ESPN more promoting it. It's I would say the landscape overall is different. It's more international, and you see the NBA adopting a lot of the international kind of flair of soccer, like the way it brings people together, the way the people from different countries can actually bond together because they know Messi, they know Manchester United, they know what's another team? Manchester. They know the Barcelona, Real Madrid. Yeah. They can bond over these teams, even though everyone speaks different languages. Like, they know superstars from Brazil, they know Luis Suarez, they know Neymar. You know what I'm saying? They know all these people. So that I think the NBA is kind of attaching themselves to that formula, especially with like Luka Doncic and all the international stars.
The NBA is becoming more globalized, right? Because like Serbia, the biggest player in the world is from Serbia, Greece. Mm-hmm. I guess Embiid doesn't really claim Nigeria, or Cameroon, but you could put him in that car. No, but he's from Cameroon, right?
Yeah. At the end of the day, he's African. Like, there's no doubt he's African. Like, when people from that whole diaspora see him, they see an African representation the same way they saw Mutombo. That's a person from the diaspora, from Africa. So, yeah. So like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what country he's from within Africa. They just seen representation in the NBA.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so it's a good thing. I think Adam Silver has done a good job, especially with the in-season tournament. He got that like Champions League. He kind of infused that into the NBA.
Yeah,
it just takes a couple of generations to start respecting it more. Like, I think
as teams keep winning it, you're gonna see much more respect go for it.
Yeah, and also kids coming up with it, like younger kids seeing it every year. They're going to respect the in-season tournament a lot more. And you're going to have players coming into the league like, oh, I want to win an in-season tournament. Like, you're going to see someone get drafted and be like, wow, I saw such and such win 5 in-season tournaments. I want an NBA championship, and I want multiple in-season tournaments.
I wanted it in my show, my achievement show.
Yeah, it takes a while, but it's things are meant to change. Look at baseball. They changed their whole playoff format. You know, things are changing.
No, it's going to change. Is it positive change? It's gonna take a time for it to like fully like pan out, but I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited for it too. The in-season tournament, I think it starts probably in a few weeks. No?
Yeah, I think it starts November.
I feel like this year they made it a lot longer. Last season it seemed like it was only 4 weeks and it was done.
I think it should be a lot longer, to be honest with you. I think it should span to January.
Yeah, me too. To make it a lot interesting, right? And then to make those games mean a lot more.
Bam, All-Star break a month and a half later, and the NBA just keeps being continuity. Continuity, and that's how you get fans to glue into an 82 season. Is you keep bringing in fresh shit. Is if you have like a 2 months of just regular basketball, then who's really gonna give a shit until All-Star break?
They could really make it like Champions League, because Champions League is like that. It lasts from I think it's from like probably like end of November all the way to May. I think all the leagues end and Champions League is still going on. Like the finals is almost in the summer, so the NBA could kind of make it like that, but kind of make it end before the All-Star break, and then make it an event. That in-season tournament weekend, it should be a whole event. It should be a 4-day thing.
Bars should be sold out.
Yeah.
People talking about it nonstop, because the Olympics really showed that. Olympics was nonstop talked about. Bunch of narratives. LeBron, Steph Curry, even Devin Booker was able to make a narrative from himself.
Yo, Devin Booker really fucking impressed me during those Olympics. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like he has he could really be part of a championship team, like for real.
Bro, he's a chameleon. He can adapt to anything.
Yeah. Very, very rare to see a superstar do what he did during those Olympics, playing that type of defense, coming in, making those shots on very few attempts. Yeah, very few attempts he took. It was almost like every shot Booker took went in.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, he really was, man. Really underrated during those. Him and Derek White and Drew Holiday, really underrated during those Olympics. All right, so let's elaborate on Anthony Davis, aka the Lakers' best player, and finally,
the unibrow.
Yeah, and finally, it seems like JJ Redick is willing to go through him, because I find it hard to believe the Lakers are trying to sell the fan base that they could potentially go deep into the playoffs with a 40-year-old LeBron James. Make sense to me.
Easier to sell. It's easier to sell a 31-year-old than a 40-year-old, bro.
Yeah, man, especially when AD the first 3 games. 36 points, 16 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, then 35 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists.
Per game right now.
Yeah, 2 blocks, and in the third game, 31 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks. Come on, LeBron. Fucking go through AD. Enough of this.
They're finally doing
enough
it,
of this
and
LeBron
a lot more plays.
Playing point guard, man. Enough of this.
Yeah. It's opened a lot more plays for a lot of guys. Like, I think, the thing with Anthony Davis, and fucking finally, right? I don't know what took him for a long time, but he finally stopped settling for those jumpers. It seems like he's much more willing to get physical and around the basket. And that has opened a lot. That has opened the floor up for guys like LeBron James, for Austin Reeves, and D'Angelo Russell, if he's able, like Dalton Connect. Then D'Angelo Russell's been on and off. But it's really opened up the floor for those guys. And I think that's the thing the Lakers needed for a long time, is for Anthony Davis to kind of become that guy who can bang down low and, just be that defensive anchor. But mostly important on offense is just be the guy who can just bang down low. LeBron can throw you the ball and just work in the post. Because Anthony Davis, I always say this, on paper, on talent, on everything, when you look at the 3 stars LeBron has played with, right? The 3 A stars, not even Kevin Love and Chris Bosh. The 3 A stars, Kyrie Irving, Dwayne Wade, and Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis fits the best because he's the best off-ball player. He doesn't really need the ball to be dominant.
Yeah, and Chris Bosh in a way too. Chris Bosh did too.
Yeah, but I kind of view Chris Bosh as like a B player. But yeah, you could put him also in the A player too. Like second option, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I mean, his defense wasn't as fierce as AD's, but I mean, I think
he's a great defender.
JJ Redick during these Olympics, I know he was watching AD. AD was the bridge that connected one side of the floor to the next during the Olympics.
Yeah.
And you could tell, like, once they inserted him, the difference between the way Team USA's offensive flow was when he was on the floor versus Embiid was night and day. Night and day. That's why everyone kind of made a fuss about Embiid starting. in the beginning of the Olympics. There was a little fuss about that in the media, but it was night and day, man. AD was definitely should have been the starter, and you could tell it was a different version of AD. Like I noticed, I was like, wow, AD's in his prime. Like he's in his prime.
Because I can't lie, throughout his career, you do question AD's heart. Like I've done that many times. When he quit on the Pelicans, the last 2 seasons where he's getting injured or he's settling for shots in the fourth quarter, or settling for jumpers. Right now, I can't question him. I'm like, dude, this guy, he's been everything the fucking Lakers needed forever.
Yeah, but the thing is, once again, are they gonna sort of tweak their system a bit? Because the Lakers, if you look at their starting lineup, they got LeBron listed as a forward. Remember, I've kind of alluded to this before. LeBron is listed as a forward, but when you watch the games, this guy is playing the point guard role. He's playing the point guard role. He's way out in the perimeter all the time, scoping for assists. And I'm just like, okay, the Lakers at some point are gonna have to get that guy down low, man. At some point, like mix and match a little bit. They got him bringing up the ball 24/7. LeBron does not move off ball at all.
I don't mind him bringing up the ball I don't mind that as long as he's setting up Anthony Davis. My thing is guys like D'Angelo Russell and his lack of ability to play off ball causes problems for the Lakers because that makes the offense much more stagnant.
But you know what's so funny? Like, if they make LeBron play down low, like they switch, maybe he's point guard one play, the next play he's setting screens. He's kind of in the more power forward role because his ass is big enough to do so. We're gonna see LeBron's age real fast. I think that's really what it is. There's politics here. LeBron will show his age if he brings his ass into the paint.
Dude,
on the offensive end, he will show his age.
To run around, use his strength to kind of get open. It makes it harder, right?
Yeah, and then play defense. Play defense after all that.
Yeah. Well, 100%. Because right now, LeBron, we're bringing up the ball down the court, throwing it to Anthony Davis, or even like having a couple of screeners so you can run down the court. It's a lot easier than like having to create yourself open, you know?
Yeah, and on defense, he's guarding the center, so he's slowly like he's resting on one end, and then on the offensive end, all he is just going through screens. Every once in a while, he might try to bulldoze somebody, but it's like you're not gonna win like that. You're not gonna.
I mean, dude, he rested throughout the If you watch the Sacramento game, first 3 quarters he's resting. Once that fourth quarter hit, you see LeBron get hot.
Yeah, but the thing is, can he play like that, pushing for a decent playoff seed and making a deep playoff run come February, April, May? You can't do that.
You can coast in certain games, but not key games like Sacramento Kings. Like he got lucky that the Sacramento Kings kind of shot the bed.
AD actually finally beat Sabonis. He's 10-1 now.
He did. Oh, he played great against Sabonis. Sabonis played great too, but that's like the Lakers and Sabonis, like for whatever reason, Sabonis either loves playing in the Staples Center or he hates the Lakers. But that dude always hoops against the Lakers. But Anthony Davis finally hooped well. Austin Reeves, credit to him, bro. Fucking incredible third option. I gotta give credit to him. I think I'm kind of hopeful for, and I'm not really sold on the Lakers bench, to be honest with you. I feel like that's my gripe with a lot of teams. But I think like Dalton Connect was the only one that really like made me be like, okay. Jackson Hayes is cool, but I don't really care for Max Christie. I don't really see any hot spots from him. Gabe Vincent coming back from injury hasn't I feel like since Miami he just kind of lost his charm.
Yeah, what happened to Gabe? I know he was hurt last season. I forgot about him. Like
the injuries did a lot of damage, bro.
Wow, that's a blow. Yeah. Because the Lakers already messed up with so many players, with the Alex Caruso, with the Mike Conley situation, not getting him.
Even like Talion Horton-Tucker gambling on him really like set the Lakers
Malik
back.
Monk. They messed up on a lot of scenarios to be, getting a player from the Heat through free agency, and he's hurt. It's just too many. They couldn't afford that, to be honest with you. They cannot afford that, especially with aging LeBron. And but JJ, I'm not gonna lie, JJ, he's bringing a new. I feel like he's energized LeBron a little bit. They're like BFFs.
He's brought a new energy to the Lakers, a young energy, a vibrant energy. But my thing is, bro, right now it looks good, right? Because everything's good. When everything's good, everything's awesome. But when his shit gets tough and when he has to make adjustments, that's when it'll be tough. And also, like, how much adjustments can he really make? Because right now, like, D'Angelo Russell isn't hitting his shots. And right now, it's not been, like, much need because you're, 3-1? But, dude, in, like, when the season gets deep, you need this guy to get hot.
Yeah, the Lakers definitely going to need him to get hot. But the thing is, he's also playing for a contract. So I'm surprised. I'll be surprised if he continues to struggle. He is playing for that contract. But then again, D'Angelo Russell is not used to that catch and shoot role.
No, I think that's another thing. I think a lot of people, like, we'll go back to Trae Young on this. This is exactly kind of like how Trae Young would be on a championship team. Better, obviously, but like huge sacrifice would it be have to make? Like, would it be have to be made? Mm-hmm. And D'Angelo Russell, since his time in Minnesota, he struggled with that. And when he had to make those sacrifices, it never worked out. You look at Warriors, they traded him as soon as possible. Like, Brooklyn, obviously, they let him be ball dominant because he had really nothing left to lose. So, D'Angelo Russell in this role has been a kind of a struggle, which you could really, relate to Trae Young on it. Anyone can say it's a reach, but you can.
Or you could even relate LeBron to it if they try to reverse the situation and make LeBron play off ball. LeBron, I wouldn't say he wouldn't struggle, but his numbers would not be 25 or 21, 8 and 8. That's the reason why LeBron, people think LeBron averages those numbers because he's great right now in 2024. He averages those numbers because they're running a system straight through him. It's almost virtually impossible how he handles the ball for him not to get those numbers.
Bro, when you have the ball as much as LeBron is, like, no shit, he's going to average 8, assists.
Yeah, and didn't he set the record for the most misses ever for NBA player recently? I believe he has that now. The most misses.
Bro, it's bound to happen when someone has the ball in their hands so much. It's like James Harden when he led the league in turnovers. It's like, no shit, man. This guy has the ball every possession, Mm-hmm. Like D'Antoni gives him the ball on purpose every possession.
Yeah, and then sometimes that's where the GOAT conversation, even though there is no GOAT, because it's different eras, and the NBA is different and different within those different eras. But that's where the whole LeBron thing kind of runs into a wall because there's a lot of fluff years. He's almost like you could even say you could compare it to the Kendrick Lamar and Drake thing. Kendrick has like a better body of work. He doesn't have as many albums, but Drake has so many albums. But everyone knows there's a lot of fluff in there.
So many albums, so many mainstream songs.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fluff in there. In between that, that's LeBron. There's a lot of fluff years within those all-time, I'm the all-time leading scorer. But then again, there's like a lot of stat padding, a lot of fluff years in that. And when you look at the GOATs, they never ever played extra just to, they never wasted years. Like their only wasted years is when they were rookies or coming up in the league, trying to find their way. But they didn't waste any years heading down the road. When they started to decline, they left. That was it.
Yeah, dude, I like your example because you look at Mike's work or Kendrick Lamar. It's very spaced out, but they're all bangers, right? Where a Drake album, people can only out of however many albums he dropped, people could probably only name 2 they liked at most.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can only name 2 Drake albums I like. I'm gonna be honest.
But he's had a run just like LeBron. He's had a long run. Yeah. People consider him the GOAT, but then again, there's more fluff. There's definitely more fluff. But then when you look at someone like Jordan, played less years, very similar to Kendrick, less albums, but people see the body and quality of the work, and they're just like, hey, these people should be GOATed.
I think the best example I could break is everyone knows more Drake singles than they know albums. Where Kendrick Lamar, everyone knows album. You know what I mean? Nobody will ever tell you, I listen to this Kendrick Lamar song alone. People will tell you, I listen to Good Kid, Mad City. From 1 to fucking Z, right?
Yeah.
Nobody will ever tell you,
analogy.
I listen to, I don't know, what's the what was the new album he had? Certified Lover Boy from A to Z. They'll be like, I like this one song, too sexy for this shirt, and that's it. You know what I mean? They will never tell you, whatever,
Same thing. Nobody could really tell you about LeBron's first season with the Lakers.
No. because everyone wants to forget.
Yeah, and nobody could tell you LeBron's 2017 season, 2018 season with the Cavs with D Wade there. Nobody remembers that shit.
No, or LeBron missing the playoffs with the Lakers.
Yeah,
the season before they went to the Western Conference?
Yeah, when with Lonzo and all of them there, nobody could even remembers those days. But that's
no,
part
he
of.
missed one with Anthony Davis and he missed one with Anthony Davis and those guys too when Steph Curry won the finals.
Sheesh, my God! I didn't even remember that. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these guys, like, you know, the legends that you know, LeBron and others get compared to. It's just like, you know, the body of work is a lot shorter, and then these guys still put up almost the same amount of points. It took them that long to pass somebody who really only had a solid decade and barely a half.
Yeah.
You know, Michael Jordan had like 13 seasons, and then he came back for 2 more.
Yeah, so 2022, the Lakers missed the postseason, I believe.
Yeah, the Lakers, the Lakers, and then they had the elimination against Devin Booker.
Yeah,
man, that game when Devin Booker had eliminated LeBron, and he dropped that 41.
You talking in 2021?
Yeah, man, Devin Booker looked like the best player on the court. That's when.
Oh, dude, I thought DeAndre Ayton was gonna be like.
In my humble opinion.
After that series.
Wait, say that again.
I thought DeAndre Ayton was gonna be a top 3 center after that series.
Yeah, me too. He was supposed to be, but.
Yeah,
what happened with that?
There.
But in my opinion, in my opinion, that series, and this is where a lot of the NBA fans should look at it. That's where LeBron James was no longer in his prime. That series.
No.
That series showed you he was not he was not in his prime. When you look at the way Devin Booker played in that elimination game, he should have not been the best player on the floor. But he was looking like miles ahead of LeBron. Miles ahead.
Oh, Devin, bro, that isn't Chris Paul, bro. Like DeAndre, those 3 guys look great that series, bro.
Yeah, but Devin on the floor, when you say who's the best talent when you're watching it, there was no doubt it was Devin Booker. And then after that season, I saw Ja Morant play against LeBron, and everyone's like, you could see it on the TV screen. Ja's the best talent on the floor. LeBron was out of his prime since then.
And then Ja got injured, and it like gave Lakers a lot more breathing room, and that's when you saw kind of like it, bro. For like even that's like postseason. So we're talking about the Ja Morant one. The Jokic looked like by miles ahead, bro. Like a tier ahead of LeBron.
And that's what I'm saying. That's the only problem with him playing so long. Now you're just like Drake. You're dropping all these like albums in the last couple of years that nobody. It's like a lot of fluff. There's a lot of fluff.
You'll have a hot single, but we know like that album not coming out good.
Yeah, exactly. The album's like 30 tracks. You know, just like LeBron, like 30. You know, he has a bunch of games where he's averaging crazy amount of points, but the Lakers lost those games, and it's like you're in the play-in, you're not in the playoffs. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of fluff. A lot of fluff.
A lot of bullshit. Yeah. I mean, dude, now it's like even that whole Bronny James situation. I mean, dude, like let's be honest, like we weren't expecting him to be used this season, but like if it's like for like the 2 minutes they put him in, it was like, okay, LeBron, I guess like you have this one accolade that like I don't know who will top that, and I don't know who would want to top it, but all right, you know what? Here you go, a gold sticker. You know what I mean? Against Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, but you know he deserves it. I'm not gonna lie, like him getting his son into the league. That is light work.
That's cute.
Yeah, no, but that's really, in reality, fans want to be honest with it. That's light work compared to what's going on behind those NBA offices. There are people getting jobs just because they know somebody. Like, I'm talking about high-level positions. So it's like, LeBron.
I support Bronny James.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
Yeah, because LeBron, believe it or not, he makes the NBA a shit ton of money every single year that he played. Way more than what he gets paid, even with endorsements.
He makes the Lakers a shit ton of money.
Yeah, he makes some like if he made Dan Gilbert's net worth of his team jump 500 million just by joining them. Can you imagine how much cash he's bringing in every year?
Oh, especially in a city like Los Angeles.
Yeah, and he did that in Cleveland. My man went to a franchise in Cleveland and jumped the net worth 500 million in Cleveland. Can you imagine 100%. Los Angeles, other places? Like, come on, bro. Like him bringing his kid in the league. Man, if he has 7 kids, they all should be in the league. Like if he says, hey, let them all in.
Everyone.
Yeah, it's like make him he made him a ton of money, but at the end of the day, there is a lot of he doesn't want to abuse his power and make the league seem too gimmicky. That's my only issue. Don't make it seem like your son could have been brought into the league. Maybe he got signed as an undrafted player. Don't make this shit look gimmicky, man. Don't have a whole ESPN rollout for Bronny and billboards. Don't do that, bro. Don't make it look gimmicky.
Yeah.
Because the perception is you got to qualify to get into that league. You can't just get into the league. You know what I mean? Like it's a weird, it's a balancing act that he has to do. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. The Lakers, it seems like Jeannie Buss is in the business of the entertainment side with the Lakers. They're not really that mystique of being a championship franchise. That's not who they are today.
Nah,
that's not who they are today.
With the father.
Yeah, I think that might have died with the father, like you said.
Yeah, now it's Disney World. Like Walt Disney's dead, so now you got to market Mickey Mouse, you got to market Peter Pan, you got to market the classics. So when people go to Disney, like, oh, I watched like Aladdin growing up. I watched, I don't know, like Lion King growing up. I want to go to this ride. That's what the Lakers are. They're Disney of the NBA.
Phew, that's sad. That's kind of sad because if you look at it, the Yankees are kind of going through a similar phase. It's almost like, I mean,
they're the Disney of baseball.
Yeah, but they're still about winning. But when you look at it, the kids, it's something about the second generation of owners. They're not as savvy. They're not as innovative. Like their parents had to be innovative. Like Dr. Buss had to be innovative with the cheerleaders, the red carpets, the entertainment.
Look at the Dolan. The father Dolan was much more innovative as compared to James.
Oh yeah, facts. These guys had to like start from the ground up. It's something about these guys inheriting the franchise. It's a different like Jeannie Buss when she talks about the Lakers, it's almost like she's talking about the past. Like there's no innovation
she's talking about
forward.
Disney. It's Disney.
Yeah.
It's like come to watch our movie because our movies are great in the past.
Exactly.
Come to our amusement ride because explore the past of your childhood.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because it's a real I guess you'll like this question. I think now with the Clippers, their new arena, guys like James Harden, Kevin Durant praising it. Do you think the Lakers now officially got competition next door? A competition with more money, a sexier stadium, and then now sooner or later a more organic fan base.
Somewhat. They somewhat have more competition, but I would say overall they have more competition throughout the rest of the league. Because like you said before, with Jeannie Buss, her looking towards the past, saying, "Hey, it's a Laker. Who doesn't want to come here? We make stars." But in reality, you look at SGA in Oklahoma City. He looks like a movie star, and he's in Oklahoma City, and that's because now the Lakers' competition with the internet is everywhere. Every single team is their competition. Like they're not the only ones that can make SGA type of archetype with chinchillas, a fashion style. Look at Kyle Kuzma in Washington. He left the Lakers and he's still on the Met Gala. He's still doing red carpets, and he's in DC. So it's like, Jeannie Buss got to realize, you had a monopoly, you and your father being out in LA on the whole stardom shit. Yeah, they had a monopoly on that because of their location. But now because of the internet, everyone's kind of going viral from anywhere. Look at SGA consistently going viral with his style, his fashion,
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards out in Minnesota. I don't think she's realized like you don't have that same ability to be the only person to put someone on a big screen. Everyone has a screen on their phone. Like everyone's walking around with a screen now.
I get what you're saying, but LA will always be like the home a lot of NBA players will die to play for. Weather, opportunities, whatever. But they don't need to go to the Lakers anymore for all that stuff, right? So do you think like the Clippers now, with what they're building, just like with their whole new core, whole new fan base, whatever, do you think the Lakers will be the go-to team for a player to be like, I want to move my family to LA for whatever opportunities? Do I need the Lakers anymore?
You don't. You really don't.
Yeah.
You really don't, but at the same time, you have to make sure the Clippers have a good plan.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, you have to make sure the Clippers have a good plan. But the Clippers, it's a good spot. You're still in the LA market, but you are second fiddle. The only thing that could change that is winning. Bro.
But dude, like we live in a capitalistic world, right? Mm-hmm. At one point, Sears was the big retail store. Whatever you wanted, you went to Sears. Sears died. Walmart, Amazon has overpassed Walmart. So things always change. Markets always change. Where people's attention always changes to the new top things.
True, but that takes time because the reason why I'm telling you this, because in New York City, right, we have the Knicks, right? Mm-hmm. We were out there, Knicks. Everyone's Knicks. But then James Harden, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, all on the same team. But guess when you went outside what everyone was still talking about?
Julius
Randle, RJ Barrett. That's what I'm saying. It takes generations to change that. Like in New York City,
winning.
Yeah, in New York City, the Nets will always. The problem with the Nets is the branding. They should have changed their fucking name. They have because people in New York, we seen because the Nets were across the river in that nasty ass stadium.
Jersey.
Yeah, they were in that Prudential, whatever the fuck it was. It was horrible, but they were in that. They were in that across the river in Newark, right? So everyone that still lives in the city subconsciously still remembers. Oh yeah, the other franchise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so they came.
Yeah,
they came to Brooklyn and they still have the same name. They should have changed this shit. Same thing for the Clippers.
They should have revamped it.
Yeah, the Clippers when they moved, they should have changed. C. Ballmer should have told Adam Silver, let's put a different name on this.
Yeah,
should have rebranded the whole shit.
Especially with the team with no real structure, right?
No real history.
The most notable thing. Yeah, the Blake Griffin was the most notable thing.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the Clippers came from Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, San Diego, and LA.
Yeah, Buffalo, New York. It's something about New York State. There's a lot of teams in LA that's from there, like the Dodgers, Brooklyn,
the Chargers. Not the Chargers.
Nah,
the Chargers came from St. Louis.
Yeah, wherever. Nah, I think they came from. I don't know where they came from.
My bad. One of the LA teams came from St. Louis.
The Rams.
What's the other LA team, man?
The Rams. Yeah.
And the other Chargers came from San Diego.
Yeah, so LA has two former New York teams, the Clippers and the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Brooklyn Dodgers, Buffalo Clippers. So, yeah, it's like, but then again, they changed it. I believe they changed their names. The Dodgers stayed the Dodgers. That's one thing. They stayed the Dodgers.
The only team I could really Oklahoma City Thunder is the only one I could think that changed their names, and the Sacramento Kings from Kansas City Royals to Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, and it's so funny. The Oklahoma City Thunder, once that team, that expansion team goes to Seattle, they're actually gonna forfeit the rights. Oklahoma City, they're gonna give the history to that franchise.
That's good.
But that's crazy to me. Like I've never even heard of that. You could just forfeit the history because technically whoever goes to Seattle when they expand, that's not their history. That history is for Oklahoma City. That's the organization that did that.
That's why they retired Nick Collison's jersey number. Yeah,
that's weird.
Because technically he played for both Seattle and Oklahoma, but technically he stayed in one franchise for however many years.
Yeah, but then that means what about Kevin Durant's history? Where does he go?
Man, but his history is predominantly
but his history technically would be fractured even more. So technically, he would have let's say in the future he would have Kevin Durant night in Seattle, and then he would have Kevin Durant night in Oklahoma City, as a person. Yeah, even though that should be one stop, but technically now it would become two stops. That's weird. That's crazy. He would have. Wow, he would have a lot of affiliations. Seattle, Oklahoma City, Brooklyn, Suns. That's a lot. But yeah, that's it is what it is. But yeah, going back to the LA Lakers, they have competition, but I think their competition is not the Clippers. It's the internet. It's really the internet.
Yeah.
They don't have because Jeannie Buss is still relying on that mystique, that LA mystique. She's still relying on that to get people to come there, and it hasn't worked. It has not worked. They lost out on LaMarcus Aldridge. They lost out on Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Klay Thompson. I feel like there's more people to add to that list.
Yeah.
And a lot of people they lost out on was when LeBron was there. Nobody's gonna say that. LeBron was already there, and they lost out on Kawhi. They lost out on
DeMar,
Paul George. They lost out on
Jimmy Butler, DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, they lost out on a lot of people. Well, we don't know if
Kyrie
they wanted those
Irving.
people. We don't know if they wanted those people, but for sure we know they wanted Klay. We know they wanted Kawhi, and we know that they wanted Paul George.
I think they wanted DeRozan at one point.
Yeah, they never said it. They never because the only thing is like those people I just named. There's history saying that they wanted those people. They courted them. There's history saying that. Even Klay Thompson's deal kind of leaked out what the Lakers was offering.
Yeah.
DeRozan, I've never heard of them saying, "Oh, we want to meet with." Like I've never seen that. But think about Paul George re-signed in OKC. That's something that we never seen before. People forget about that part. He re-signed with OKC.
Yeah.
Like he could have went to the Lakers. He re-signed with OKC. That's why I'm saying Jeannie Bust. I'm not sure if the green light or the light went off in her head saying that, hey, I don't think the whole big market LA thing is enticing these guys like it used to. It's quite different. And to be honest with you, in California, I would say the most attractive location to lure a player is Golden State because of the tech hub.
The tech hub, new stadium, everything.
Yeah, new stadium, tech hub. Just the type of people, like think about a long time ago, an NBA player would go to LA to meet the Hollywood elite or celebrities or directors. Now, if you go to Golden State, you get to meet, Zuckerberg, the people at Oracle.
Bezos.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos. You get Elon Musk sort of connection down there. Like it's different. It's different. Like I would say Golden State really has the must see, people of the business landscape than LA does. Because Hollywood low key is dying.
Yeah, nobody really watches Hollywood like that anymore.
Yeah, it's no, you know what it was? They're not the only ones that could put stuff out on the screen.
People watching YouTube, I think music in general has been really dead. I think a lot of people have found other ways of getting entertainment.
Yeah. And everyone has a screen on their hands.
Exactly.
And then they could broadcast themselves right with their phones. A little kid, I remember even my friend's son, he's like 5 years old.
Yeah.
Bro, this kid doesn't even fully know how to spell certain things yet, but he can broadcast himself. He knows how to talk. Like all of a sudden he's shy as hell, but all of a sudden he gets on the screen. He goes live. He's explaining stuff. He's like, "Oh,
he knows how to make TikTok videos."
Yeah, I'm just like, man, like what? Like this is out of instinct.
Yeah, he knows more than most like 30-year-olds.
Yeah. So I'm just like, man, this is amazing to see this kid. But he knows how to film. He knows how to talk as if he's talking to an audience. So I'm just like, where did he learn that from? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of crazy, but this is what I'm talking about with Jeannie Buss. She needs to realize, hey, you guys had a monopoly on that exact thing. No one in the past could have just broadcast themselves. Shaq couldn't have done that back then.
I mean, dude, you remember during COVID? You remember during COVID, like Miles Turner and I believe the other defensive guard who now plays for Matisse Thybulle, they were able to just push up like their Lego collections on live stream, and people were crazy over them. Whoever's into Legos, like they watch that shit,
Bro, but think about what you just said, right? Imagine if a player did that in the era when Shaq had went to Los Angeles, right? Or when the Lakers were getting all kinds of stars, right? There's no player from the Indiana Pacers that could have went live playing Legos and it go viral and everyone would know about it. There's nobody that's impossible.
And bro, let's be honest, back then, who knew there was a community of people wanted to watch like Lego videos? Where now we know like there's a bunch of people making tons of money from Lego YouTubers,
Yeah, but the thing is, these things have always existed, but the medium, the technology,
but the niche is more popular now. The niche is more popular.
It is more popular. But then again, it's popular because of the technology allows everyone to link up. Like you don't have to travel to meet somebody else with Legos. You can just go live with your screen on your phone. And that part to me has hurt the Lakers from getting free agents. Like it hurt them because now you don't have to have the LA pressure. You can be SGA in Oklahoma City, all swagged out and everything. Everyone knows who you are, inviting you to the fashion parties, the fashion shows in Paris or whatever. But you play in Oklahoma City. Like this is the part Jeannie Buss needs to pay attention. Like there's no player on her current team that's viewed fashion-wise as SGA is, and he plays in Oklahoma City.
Dude,
like,
I mean,
that's
people
crazy.
Are buying, like, I remember I went to the Converse store and the outlet mall, SGA everywhere, and people are buying Converse because of this one dude. And Converse wasn't really like a popping basketball brand for a long time.
But again, what I'm saying is that players a long time ago, what Jeannie Buss is used to is that in order to be in that Converse store, players had to go to LA. They had to go to New York.
Yeah.
Now that's not the case anymore. So what is her next pivot? We haven't seen it yet. Because she's still saying it's LA. Everyone wants to come here. If they don't like the pressure, then oh well. Like no, baby girl, you gotta make there enticing for players to come. You have to have a plan. You can't just say we have LeBron. And this is where the stars come.
Bro, you could be a champion on a small market team now. Look at how many small market teams you're watching winning championships.
Yeah, like everyone right now in the league, they can't wait to watch Oklahoma City play from night in, night out. The Minnesota Timberwolves. These are games that most of us can't, we anticipate this season. Mavericks, Timberwolves.
For almost close to a decade, Giannis, let's see how he'll do against, whoever. You look at the Pelicans with Zion. You look at Anthony Edwards. Even LaMelo Ball. A lot of people still follow up what the Hornets do, and Hornets are probably like the least watched organization. Not bad. Let me turn down my volume.
And also another great point you just brought up, Giannis, right? Another point Jeannie Buss needs to look at is that the international players don't value the whole LA thing. If your league is getting more global and getting more international talent, they don't value the whole LA. I have to be in the Lakers. They don't value that the same.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Yeah, because if had Giannis been in the NBA, let's say in the 90s when Shaq was around, him being a free agent and LA having the money to get him was almost a guarantee.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's like, oh no, he likes Milwaukee. Like he likes the people there. He's just gonna stay there, and he can still have commercials.
Yeah. He likes living in the suburbs. He likes going to his Chick-fil-A because that was like his old brand, right? Yeah. He likes all that shit.
And he can still be a star. He can still be on going viral, still be on social media, still getting the same promotion. But that's the thing. Jeannie Buss doesn't realize she has the rug pulled from underneath her feet. A leverage that she had, it's gone. She don't have it no more.
When was Kawhi the most mainstream?
When he went to the Clippers, I believe.
Like Toronto Raptors championship.
The Raptors, no, but like, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe, but you know what? When going back to what you said, he went the most viral or mainstream by himself. Him laughing, right?
Yeah.
Him being so serious. Like, think about it. He did that wasn't a commercial that was filmed. That was just him being himself, and it being plastered on social media.
What it do, baby?
What it do, baby? All that, like, those things went viral. But nowadays, you don't need Hollywood to do that.
Like even like Kawhi's whole aura, like during the Raptors, that was like peak Kawhi too. Because you remember, even like Drake, the biggest rapper in the world, had Kawhi dancing in his music video.
Yep.
Like for a viral moment.
Yep. And again, that same way that you go viral, just lifting up the phone and hitting record, or people sharing stuff, it pulled the rug underneath from Jeannie Buss's feet. Yeah.
Like Serge Ibaka just pulled out his iPhone. What it do, baby? And you just see like both of them, whatever, Yeah.
That shit is better than any commercial that they could film.
Bro, I don't even remember Kawhi. Like, I've seen a bunch of Kawhi Leonard new or Balance commercials, and I can't remember any of them.
Can't remember it, but you can remember the what it do, baby.
Yeah, the laugh.
Yeah, the laugh,
Drake
like
music video. I can remember all that stuff. Yeah.
yeah, man. Like at the end of the day, it's like that's what I'm saying. But before Jeannie Buss was the only one because she was out there in LA that had the ability to put people on that screen. Because think about it, Shaq was in Orlando killing it, and he wasn't really plastered on the screens until he went to LA.
Into LA, but he went to LA at the right time because it's like Mike leaving the NBA, and they're like Shaq.
But imagine Shaq was a player in that same prime age in 2024. I don't think he's leaving Orlando.
No, he's
yeah, because he already and plus he's not paying taxes on his money. Like he would have stayed. He would have been getting the same movie deals, been going viral everywhere he went, and he would have stayed in Orlando. I don't think in today's landscape he would have went to the Lakers. And that's the part.
Oh, stronger Disney connection too with the whole Disney World and all that shit.
Yeah, and that's the part a lot of Laker fans, well, I would say Jeannie Buss kind of looks over when she thinks she has leverage to get free agents.
Bro, nobody has leverage to get free agents anymore unless you have a good environment. Really, that's it. And a lot of these players, they like where they are. Like Tyrese Haliburton, you could tell he loves being in Indiana.
Yeah, but we've never seen that before. We've never seen that before in the NBA, where it's like the small markets have leverage to keep these guys. Because sometimes, like when I talk to my uncle, I try to tell him that he's so used to the NBA being the big stars are going
4-team dominance.
Yeah, he thinks that Giannis is going to the Lakers or something all the time. Or like someone is going somewhere else where it's bigger, and I'm like, nah, you don't have to anymore. Like those days are over.
No, he doesn't have to. And bro, I'm gonna be honest. I think like Dwight Howard and Darren Williams, they're really the scary story into a lot of these younger guys. It's the grass isn't always greener on the other side.
Facts.
Like for example, Darren Williams. Jerry Salone, legendary coach, catering everything to you. You have a small market that supports you all the fucking time. Dwight Howard, same thing. Small market team, Superman. Dwight Howard, eating 1 billion Skittles go viral. You remember, like, Dwight was, like, the biggest shit ever in Orlando. Once you go to Brooklyn, once you go to LA, you realize you don't like the media getting in your face. That lifestyle isn't for you. And I think those two had a hard introduction. Like Dwight himself is from what, Savannah or Atlanta, Georgia? So he's not really used to kind of like the big, the big TV screens everywhere and shit. Despite him being a star since he was a kid, it's just a whole different beast, which a lot of guys aren't ready for.
Yeah, the media coverage is a lot different, and even LeBron got caught off guard when he first went to LA because they were asking him. They actually asked him what he was gonna do currently. Like they said that you did all that stuff in the past. They didn't care. This is the media talking to him for the first time. And they told him like, what he's going to do now. Like they wanted to like they had an expectation about the Lakers in the current state. And he was caught off guard about that.
Yeah, cuz Miami is relatively a new market for sports. And obviously or in the sports of NBA because they came in the 90s.
No, not Miami. The Lakers. When he went to the Lakers.
No, but I'm talking about his previous two franchises. Miami is a newer market for the NBA in general.
Miami's
and
different.
In Cleveland, obviously they're not. These guys aren't like generational like championship wins. Like Miami Heat, they won the first championship in 2006. You look at Cleveland, they had moments of like Mark Price and kind of like some noticeable players, but they weren't anyone that you could really like say you could really pinpoint and say, yeah, this was like peak Cleveland until LeBron came. So obviously they're gonna be much more soft on criticisms. They're gonna be much more of
Miami people in Miami is just I think football and football is king down there because it's something about Miami. They treat the Heat like a club. The Miami Heat going to their games, like their games on the East Coast are normally like 7:15.
They're late.
Yeah, so
they're
like
late as fuck.
Yeah, so like when the Knicks go play Miami, because the Heat fans come at like almost 8:30, hour after the game starts. All you see is Knicks fans in there. That's it. The Knicks fans are early. They're there by 6:30.
The Miami Heat games are boring to watch because the fans are not there for most of the game.
Yeah, even when LeBron was there, they still came late.
Yeah, and that's LeBron.
LeBron, D Wade, and Bosh. They had the best team in the league, and they still came late. They still came late. But anytime they play the Knicks, that's when you see the difference between the fan base. One fan base is very leisure about their team. The other one is diehards.
Yeah.
The extreme diehards. But you know, it is what it is. Like that's what I said. Everything right now, this is very good times because you got tech, you got the media landscape changing, you got the NBA getting an influx of brand new money, you got gambling. There's like so many different things. So how the league used to be in the past is the next 10 years is going to be completely opposite. We don't know which direction it's fully going to go, but it's just going to be way different. My only thing is that I'm nervous about the salary cap going up so high that guys are not as competitive. That's the only thing I'm afraid of. The money being so high is that, you know, guys are going to be making like over 100 million per year. What the fuck is going to be the motivation in year 3? Like in 2 years, you made 200 million. This is outside of endorsements.
This is just the contract itself.
Yeah, it's just, man, like, especially Luka and Tatum. Luka and Tatum.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we might as well go to that now because right now, Luka and Tatum are the two that's set to be the first $1 billion players just off of NBA contracts within the next within the next 10 years with the salary cap going up. In 2014, the salary cap for the whole team was only 63 million. And then right now it's 140. Yeah. So by the time this new TV deal fully gets into the middle of it, it's going to be up to 220. 220, man. That's a hell of a jump.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah.
From 2014, it's like 20. What are you saying? 2026, right?
Yeah, 2014. I believe that's when there was in the middle of that ESPN deal when LeBron went to Miami. And then they signed a new one in 2017. And then now they recently signed a new one for 2025. So you can see how this shit has gone up. 63 million to 140 million as a team salary cap today. That shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
And it's about to jump to 220. And then
the NBA has really been able to sell sponsorships and like these TV ads. Like they've been able to do it. I think them and MLB has been able to do a great job on that when it comes to American sports.
The big influx of money, right? It comes from NBC giving the NBA more money than the NFL just for their B package. Not even for their premier package that ESPN got. You know how ESPN shows the games every Friday. They get the finals. There's certain packages for the TV deals. They get
the big games, the highlight games or whatever. Yeah,
correct. So the NBA ESPN paid a lot of money for the A package, right? To get the finals and everything, WNBA finals, NBA finals, etc. But NBC almost gave the NBA the same amount of money for the B package, which is fewer games, but they almost gave the same amount of money as ESPN. They shocked everybody. This is where the influx come in. Even the NFL is shocked. They gave the NBA almost the same, more money than the NFL actually for 10 years for the B package. So that's why, like, when you go to the graph right here with Jason Tatum's projected salary, as you can see, as he hits age 33, yo, my guy is set up. Oh my God, 87 million. Then he can make 95 million, 105, 112, 127.
Bro, by the time he makes LeBron's age, imagine how much money he makes.
Nah, LeBron's not part of this. The thing is, right?
No, I'm saying once Jason Tatum and Luka hit LeBron's age, like LeBron's current age.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be making over 100.
By then, LeBron's 50, bro. You know what I mean? By then, he's 50. So I doubt it. But these guys will be making like ridiculous money, bro, by the time they're 40s.
Yep. So
they have 50 have the longevity. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. So the sweet spot right now, is if you came in the NBA in the 2017 or 2018 period. That's the sweet spot. You're set up because your contract aligns with the new TV deal. Yeah. So that means like De'Aaron Fox is in this category too. That's why I think De'Aaron Fox kind of opted out because he's gambling on himself because regardless how his situation goes, he's still projected to be one of these guys to be banking in probably on the low end. He could make like 700 mil. in like the next 10 years from his NBA contracts alone. So again, it's Jason Tatum, Luka, De'Aaron Fox. They're all in this category where their contracts align with the TV deal. And let me see Luka's. Luka is the same thing, man. Luka, by the time he gets his new deal, he's projected to make 79, 87 million, tops it off at his current contract. And then his next contract, Supermax contract at age 32, he's looking at projecting 95, then 105 in 2032, 118, 127, and 140 per year.
Yeah.
Holy shit. This is crazy.
He's 32, he's looking at 95 mil, bro.
Yo, I think Luka might be fully overweight once that 118 kick in per year.
Bro, did you see? I think there was Mark. Man, I don't know if Mark Cuban was on the Logan Paul podcast or Shannon Sharp, because he's having a media run. Because I think he's endorsing Kamala Harris, or he has a business, one of those two, right? And he talked about how like future NBA stars could be making up to $1 billion in their cap room, like in their contracts. I don't know if you watched that interview. Yeah, I can send it to you maybe later on.
Yeah, send it to me later on. Yeah. I've seen him making a press run because he even spoke to Jalen Brunson. Yeah, I believe he also talked about why he sold the team. That's another thing I'll eventually cover down the road. But just seeing these numbers, man. To be honest with you, this is what I'm nervous about. Where the fuck these players are going to find motivation?
Just imagine like a guy like Zion, right? Who already has struggled like like losing weight and getting in shape.
Luka too.
That dude. Luka too. Zion, Luka. Like, I don't know if Embiid will be healthy enough to receive this contract. Just imagine their work ethic.
I don't think Embiid. Now remember, these guys when they came into the league, their contracts align with the TV deal.
Yeah.
So by the time Luka, man, that's crazy. 34, 35. Yo, by the time Luka's 35, he can get another fucking big deal under the new TV deal again.
Yeah.
Like these guys' contract align perfect. Like his second Supermax comes at age 32 for Luka, and then for Jason Tatum, it comes at age 33. Oh my God. Where are these guys going to find motivation? Jason Tatum will make almost $200 million in 2 years.
These guys are set up for life, man.
Yeah, and
yo,
by the time
forget life, bro. These guys are set up for like 5 lives.
Yo, Jason Tatum for age 35 and 36, this guy is almost gonna make $250 million in those 2 years.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yo, that's almost the size of Paul George's contract. In 2 years, he makes Paul George's contract. That's crazy.
Yeah. But a lot of these, bro, you know, like there'll be like, I'll watch like old ESPN clips of like them making a big deal about a player signing 50 mil. Now, bro, role players are getting paid 50 mil, like high-end role players.
Yeah.
Like 50 mil is nothing to us anymore. We're like, oh, you know what? Fine. Like, okay, cool. Like, bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy to think about it.
Mm-hmm. I think the fans' relationship with the players are gonna change, because remember how we heard earlier how Obama was talking to Tyrese about how the players don't play hard. They make all that money. Remember how Obama said it? He's like, you guys make all that money. That's now. Imagine when we know for a fact when ESPN plasters their salary before tax.
Like Elon Musk and like Bezos,
you know what? Hold on. You know ESPN is always like, oh, this guy makes X amount of money. They plaster the number before tax. Now the fans are gonna see, oh, this player makes 127 million a year. Yo, and then we're gonna see the All-Star game, them half-ass it. Yo, that relationship is gonna be different, man. The fans are gonna be more outraged.
Yeah, like they won't care about all that, like the fucking TikTok and Legos collections. They'll be like, motherfucker, you make more than us. Like a little, you know, we gotta work Monday to Friday jobs, and you guys take it easy in a dream job.
Yeah, and
that's how people view it.
Yeah, that's how people will view it. And also, you're asking people to spend their hard-earned money for the ticket prices, and you're sitting down talking about what they have with Embiid, load management. How you have load management before the season even start? Like you're pre-planning load management. That shit is weird. They're pre-planning that. That's a conundrum the fans are gonna have with the players. How you pre-planning load management making $127 million a year? That doesn't even make any sense. And you have the whole summer off. The whole summer
Yeah, the
off.
summer off, of course.
The fans are not gonna like
there's
that.
not many back-to-backs anymore. We're not looking at crazy amount of back-to-backs anymore in the NBA.
No, we're definitely not. We're definitely not.
Like that era's dead. The back-to-back, like very rarely do you see back-to-backs.
Yeah, and then they used to have games that was like 5 games in 7 days or 4 games in 5 nights. Those days are done.
Games? That was what, 3 games a week?
Nah, that was
How many games a week do they play? Like 3, right? 3, 4 games a week?
3 or 4 games a week. But I'm saying the schedule, the way it used to be, like when Paul George and some other players first came into the NBA, it used to be 5 games in 7 nights. Sometimes it would be 4 games in 5 nights. Then they would have like 3 days off.
Yeah,
like it used to be like that.
But that's different from like Joel Embiid came into the league when it was like 3 games a week.
Yeah,
4 games a week.
And he's still doing load management.
Like it's very spaced out. You only imagine you only have to do your job 4 days a week.
Mm-hmm. Now here's another thing, right? Because we all know Jimmy Butler is trying to get a new contract. Look how cheap Miami is, and I don't know how they keep finessing these players to take less money, right? Bam is also part of that 2017-2018 class, right? Where he could make a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now, Bam, Miami got him to re-sign, right? But had he never re-signed this early, all he had to do was win Defensive Player of the Year or finish in first all defense, and he could have qualified for $345 million for 5 years.
Yeah.
Instead,
Miami's a very stingy podcast. I mean, very stingy franchise.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if Bam, that's all Bam makes those first NBA All Teams, all Defensive Player of the Year awards. Like, he makes those like
All-Star
nothing.
game.
Yeah, like
All-Star, all that shit.
That's all he had to do is make first All NBA, and he would have qualified for $345 for 5 years. How the fuck did Miami get him to fucking take a lesser deal? That's what I'm trying to understand right now.
It's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, all he had to do is make All NBA, man, or Defensive Player of the Year, and Bam would have qualified for $345.
Brian, the thing that frustrates me about Miami, since we're going, not to be a little bit too off topic, is they don't really bring anyone really. They don't really bring anyone to make this team into like a contender or like a bona fide conference finals team.
Yeah, because that owner is just, he's not about that.
Was it Mickey something, right?
Yeah, the guy that owns the cruise line.
Yeah, it's Mickey something.
Yeah, Mickey Arison or something like that. Yeah, he's not about that. He's really hard on the line about that. That's just the way they've always operated. But I'm not, again, the NBA has changed now. You have a lot of tech people that's willing to spend the money. I don't know if some of these older
estate guys.
Yeah, I don't know if a lot of these older owners could stay competitive.
They're gonna be forced to sell.
Yeah, and remember how you said Mark Cuban went on his press run? That's what Mark Cuban actually talked about. He said nowadays you need to invest a lot more money into these teams. Yeah.
In real estate, most specifically, because he said in real estate, you have to invest in casinos and tourist destinations. I'm not in the business of real estate. I remember this word from work. I'm not in the business of real estate. So for me, the best thing to do is, sell it to another team, have minority owner and decision maker.
Correct. And you know why? You know why he said it's real estate? Because now the goal is for a lot of these owners, they're looking at what they did in Golden State, where they have like a whole facility. They have a whole area just for, a farmer's market. We have a museum. We have an office building where other tech companies lease from us. You know what I'm saying? They've created a whole hub. They have a chain of restaurants. They've created a whole hub for the Golden State Warriors.
Environment.
Yeah, whole environment. And what's also going to be included in that environment when gambling gets more like legalized? The gambling aspect. It could fit for a casino in there.
Dude, the gambling aspect's already creeping in the NBA. When you look at MGM, obviously, you look at you look at all these sponsor deals, the gambling companies. I don't remember them by name. DraftKings and et cetera, et cetera. It's creeping in, and once it officially mask off, holy fuck!
Yeah.
You imagine you're going to, let's say, Toyota Center, and after Toyota Center, you could 2 minutes down, there's a casino,
and then there's restaurants.
There's restaurants. There's
And
museums.
at the
There's
end of it,
something.
and then at the end of it, peep this. At the end of it, just like in Las Vegas, there's hotel. So they want you to come out of your room, gamble not only on sports, on regular stuff, wine and dine, have an attraction to go to, maybe watch something like a movie or something.
Take your kids to the theater, take your kids to the museum.
And then walk across the street and go to the game. That's what they want. That's the end goal of all this.
And eventually these teams will demand much more favorable times. Sooner or later we'll watch NBA games start from like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock until like 10 o'clock, just so they could like get these spots popping, You
know how Las Vegas advertised for people to fly in and see their favorite singer who doesn't really go on tour no more. Maybe they have like a residency.
Yeah, like the retired, like Mariah Carey.
Yeah, exactly.
Usher, those kind of guys.
The NBA wants to have those same type of advertisements for fans to travel from other states and especially from international countries to come here, stay in the hotel that's across the street. You can gamble and put money on the team. You can eat. If you don't gamble, you can eat at the restaurant. Then you can walk across the street to the stadium. And then once the game's over, your room is right upstairs, right across the street in the hotel. Like they want a whole hub, the same way like Las Vegas is set up with the casinos. It's a whole hub of entertainment and leisure. That's the next level of NBA ownership.
Yeah,
like it's so crazy to even think that it's gonna come down to that. But that's what the Warriors being down there with that new space in San Francisco kind of exposed. Like, can you imagine if they infused the gambling aspect with the casino into all this? It's over.
Yeah.
It's money on top of money just being printed. Like, that's the reason why the 76ers were considering not necessarily leaving Philly. There still was going to be the Philly 76ers, but they were going to be across the river in, I think, Camden. They was considering getting a space. Same thing for the Wizards. The Wizards almost broke their lease and almost went to Virginia. They got pulled back by the city of Washington because a lot of the owners have realized, oh shit, there's a new stadium blueprint while the TV money on the local side is going down. Like the local TV RSM business, it filed for bankruptcy, man. Valley Sports, they're not getting the money no more from the local side of television. Like right now, the Phoenix Suns, the Utah Jazz, the Dallas Mavericks, you can watch all their games for free. You just need an antenna, and then some of them have an app. Like that's how much like there's no more local TV money. Outside of the big national TV money, the local TV money disappeared.
Yeah.
So a lot of the owners, they're looking for different ways of monetizing. And the casino, the gambling, the leisure, the same way Las Vegas is set up. In the MGM Resort, the Caesars Palace, they're looking to do the same thing, but make it around the arena. And who knows? I think Steve Ballmer kind of set up his shit the same way, but who knows? I don't know if they bought enough land, but to make new buildings or whatever, in case the gambling aspect changes throughout the rest of the country. But this is really where they're headed. And yo, soon to buy an NBA team, an NBA franchise, you need a team of, it's like soccer. You need a team of investors. You can't, no one individual is gonna have that alone. Even if they could afford to buy it, it's too expensive to maintain for one person. It's too expensive. Like, think about that. It's way too expensive. It's crazy. And even the Dallas Mavericks, they sold, I think Cuban sold his franchise to that family that runs gambling in Las Vegas. They're waiting for Texas to legalize it, because every single franchise in Texas, from baseball to basketball, they almost represent like a medallion of licensing for gambling. So it's almost like every franchise in a way of sports in Texas is basically its own casino. It's almost like a legal license for gambling. Like, you own a franchise, it's almost like owning a casino off rip. You own the rights off rip. Like, it's crazy. So that's why the NBA franchises prices will keep going up and up and up, because a lot of the new owners, they're hoping the franchise also represents a medallion to be a casino. Like, it's crazy, man. Like, this whole thing, it doesn't get talked about too much, but this is where everything is headed. And Syed, one more thing.
Yeah.
You would not believe the gambling money, right now, might be holding up the big media outlets from covering sports. Like, I don't think their business model works in the digital world and streaming, but the only thing that's holding like ESPN up is them getting into gambling. That money is so much that is actually making, them have Sports Center.
But you also need like a family friendly show, right? So how much of gambling can you really promote?
No. I'm not saying no. ESPN doesn't have to promote gambling so much on their screen. I'm saying them having the business of broadcasting, paying people full time, a whole staff, filming, Sports Center, then having another piece of content to film. You know how they used to have a channel where it's 24 hours a day? That business, to run that without cable being attached to it, is an expensive business. And it might be a possibility that the gambling right now is what's holding up ESPN and like other large media outlets like that. Like not only ESPN, it might be holding up what's another media outlet? NBC Sports or CBS Sports.
Yeah.
Like they really can't afford to run a full-time network with all those staffs and employees and also broadcast. Like, it's expensive without it being on cable attached to a certain bundle. Because remember, with streaming, if they all create their own apps, people could just cancel the app. Then they don't have revenue coming in.
Yeah.
So this is where all this kind of, man, I'm telling you, man, the next 10 years is going to be a roller coaster ride, man. It's going to be a roller coaster ride because we're about to see what this really is. This whole thing, we're about to see like how much the gambling shit really means, because it's going to mean a lot.
Oh, dude, with how accessible gambling is too, bro.
Mm-hmm. And how much money it brings in?
Yo, 100%.
Yo, they said in New York State, I think it bought in like 3 months. It bought in like 270 billion. And they said New York State took half the money.
Yeah.
Like the gambling people are fiending for that shit to be in Texas, because they wouldn't have to deal with the tax part. Like some bigger states don't even have gambling yet. I think it's just
Texas doesn't have gambling yet.
I don't think California has it, does it? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just New York, like DC, like
Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, they're waiting, man. Like
Oklahoma.
Can you imagine if it just made that much money in New York alone? Can you imagine when someone has like that, when the NBA has their hands in the pot, making money off of New York gambling, California gambling, Texas gambling? Holy shit. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. That's why you see ESPN get into ESPN bets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, a lot of these. Amazon. Imagine Amazon gets in the gambling business.
Oh, it's over.
It's
over, man. Like, but you know what's so crazy? You know who they're throwing under the bus at the same time? They don't care about the after effects of the generation of like younger kids growing up watching sports. Like, there's gonna be a lot of addicts, man. Like they're really creating
dude, that's the main
a lot
concern,
of addicts with this shit.
That's just the problem with like technology in general. We're seeing a lot of addiction of negative things that have become normalized in society, and gambling, unfortunately, will be one of those things.
Yeah, because gambling,
it's a nasty addiction, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is a negative side to it. It's almost like the strip club. Some people think it's a fun place, but strip club does attract, a certain underworld that exists, like pimps, hoes, maybe drug dealers, scammers, people that's doing illegal. The strip club definitely attracts an underworld to it. It's the same thing for gambling. There's an underworld. There's it could be mafia, people fixing games. The NBA already in the first year experienced it with the Porter's brother.
Oh yeah, what's Michael Porter Jr.'s brother?
Yeah, Dante Porter. Yeah,
Dante or Dante Porter. I forgot his name.
One of the whatever his name is.
He was not
very
significant.
He
was not very significant from what I remember.
Yo, you know what they also did? That went under the radar. The NBA actually made it. I don't think you can put. I don't think casinos can no longer take prop bets.
Dante.
what's his name? Jonte, yeah. After the incident with him, right? The casinos now, the NBA made an agreement where they can no longer take in prop bets for players who make like a certain level of salary. Like if they make under a certain amount of money, they feel like those players are more exposed to like doing crooked shit. So now you can only make prop bets on players who make over a certain amount.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Yeah. So basically the G League or the people on the fringe of being into the league, there's no bets on them anymore. You can't do prop bets on them anymore. You can't say, we bet this person gonna play under 3 minutes or get this amount of rebounds. Like you can't
turnover
do that
rate, turnover assist ratio, etc.
Yeah.
etc.
You can't do that no more. I think the player, I'm not sure what the salary amount is, but it's probably with the players who are not gonna risk their careers and their money over no prop betting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a certain amount. So the player has a prestige. The player makes a certain amount of money. He's not risking his career, his reputation for no fucking prop bets. But a player that's on the fringe that probably makes like $1 million a year, which is a lot of money still, but that guy might be willing to risk his shit to make an extra $3 million. So they've gotten rid of that.
Yeah.
This shit is it's a clusterfuck, man. I'm not gonna hold you.
Dude, it's just it's just a part of commercialization, bro. I think the NBA is getting commercialized. Sports in general is getting commercialized. Gambling's being more introduced, and by extension, when it's commercialized, owners are gonna like start to do much more in order to make a buck, right? Whether it's real estate, because nowadays I think ownership's all about real estate now, with how they view stadiums and shit. So just everything you hit on has been on point in regards of like how the future of the NBA will be. The NBA will be like, I know like you're probably getting tired of this example. It'll be Disney World, bro, where people come for a good time. They're not looking for just like a real basketball game. They're looking for basketball will be a part of the experience, but it won't be the main experience.
Yeah, it's like that with soccer in Europe because they've made an experience out of it because now you can visit the stadiums with just no one in it. Like they have a whole tour now. Like I'm not sure if NBA arenas ever did that where you could just tour the arena.
They probably will. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like but the stadiums, the thing about soccer stadiums in Europe, they have so much history. So like the Manchester United Stadium, I think it's called Old Trafford. People pay money, people travel and pay money just to visit that field. Just to visit, not even go to the game. I'm talking about there's no game, there's no fans in the stadium. They pay a tour guide and they're taking them inside the arena. Like that's a whole thing out there.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. There's gonna be so many avenues for them to make money. It's just they're gonna be a printing machine, man. Like I'm not even sure the NFL, outside of like the gambling, the NFL's not gonna have the global pull.
Who
NFL, knows?
Bro, it's an expensive sport, right? With all the shoulder pads and land and shit. The NBA soccer, they're very simple sports as comparison.
Yeah, low overhead. It's true.
Yeah. Like let's be honest, if you wanted to play basketball right now, you could buy an affordable ball from Walmart, Target, go to some random like school where they have an outside court and just hoop for hours. And you could buy affordable shoes. You don't really need Nikes.
That's true. Jeremy Sohan said, "Fuck Houston." What?
I swear, bro.
What?
I think Jeremy Sohan said, "Fuck Houston." I thought it was fake, but it turns out he did say, "Fuck Houston." Yeah.
Oh, they were going at it the other night. Oh shit. Yo, who crossed Wemby like that? Somebody crossed up Wemby like crazy in that game.
I think it might have been Jalen Green had a crazy. I only watched like the late third, fourth quarter, but I think Jalen had an incredible game that game.
Oh man, they got a rival right here.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet turning up on Jeremy Sohan.
Fred Sohan, I think Sengun turned up, so it's like, it's gonna be fun because there's a regional beef. On top of that, two young teams.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of regional beefs. There's gonna be a lot of regional beefs, especially with San Antonio. that team that they're building over there, it's low key like a I don't want to say it's a bad boy Pistons team, but Jeremy Sohan is very
guys with attitude.
Yeah, he's like a Dennis Rodman in a way, and then that Steven Castle guy that they got, like he's physical as fuck.
And then when Vassell returns, a lot of guys, you know. And dude, I mean, having Chris Paul there, he's a perfect guy to have there, you know.
Oh yeah, he's a shit talker
because his history with Houston. Yeah, just his history in Houston alone.
Yeah, and then Wemby, I've seen Wemby say, Wemby be throwing out these like subtle jabs.
He's a very passive guy. He's a very passive aggressive guy.
Nah, man, I don't think he's passive aggressive. I think he just says it straight up.
Yeah, but yeah, that is true. But he's never gonna go full on Jeremy Sohan fuck Houston kind of thing.
No, yeah, he's not gonna do that. But he said that in his first year, he was disappointed when he seen players that he used to look up to, the way their work ethic was like. He said he was disappointed. He doesn't look at them the same.
Yeah, he was calling it soft. Bro.
But who is he talking about, though?
Wemby's either gonna be the GOAT, or he's like talking shit out of his ass. But I respected, like, honestly, I respect it so much. A guy like that with that much confidence is great for the sport.
It's needed, but who is he talking about? Because there's only a few players that were there when he was like coming up. You know, that were big, that were shooting. It's Embiid, Karl Anthony Towns, Miles Turner, Paul George. It's not too many heads because he kind of narrowed it down. He was like players I looked up to when I was coming up. And I got here and I'm like, wow, that's it. He said that's it. I forgot. That's the part he said. Wow, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounded like he was just like, you know, I think it's a famous phrase, you know, you never meet your heroes. He met his heroes and like left like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And this is after, during the summer, when he said when he figures out the league, he's nervous for everyone else. Like, yo, this guy's some other shit, man. Awesome.
His confidence level is incredible.
Yeah, he's gonna get there, man. I'll tell you that. He's gonna get there.
I'm excited.
He's gonna get there. I don't know if Pop is gonna be around the coach's ass, but you're gonna get there.
Whoever takes over that mantle will have a good time. It's gonna be someone from that coaching staff, though.
Yeah, man. My uncle's always telling me they're gonna end up burying Pop on the court, man. He gonna be out there on the court. He can't believe he's still coaching.
Bro, that guy's personal life, all he has is coaching, unfortunately.
Yeah. I was shocked that season that his wife passed away. My man ain't miss a beat.
He also did the FIBA tournament too.
Yeah. That guy doesn't miss a fucking beat. Basketball is that guy's life.
Yeah, bro. I mean, dude, he's been there for like a couple decades now as a GM and then as a basketball coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's like Tibbs. There's very few coaches left like that in the league. But, you know, it's a new generation. That you could tell there's like very few coaches from the previous generation.
You could tell Missoula was basketball.
Yeah, Missoula, but he's new school. He's a new school coach. I'm talking about those coaches because, like, think about it. Like, the new school coaches, when they came into the league, the players still have more power than them. But there's coaches like Popovich, Tom Thibodeau. They've been in the league when the coaches had more powers than the players.
Yeah.
And then it transitioned, in my opinion, during the LeBron era. When Melo came into the league, that's when instantly these guys were given more power.
They're more catered to, starting positions up the back.
Not even Kobe going to the Lakers. He didn't have more power than the coach.
Kobe played behind Nick Van Exel.
Yeah, there was, but there was like a hierarchy. Like a young player getting there, like, nah, you had to like prove yourself to the vets. Dude. But off rip, LeBron was the first kid out of high school. He had a bunch of older vets just following him.
Like, you had to be like a generational star like Shaq or Kevin Garnett to really earn like the starting spot off the gate.
But even Shaq had to like follow a coach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
like
veterans like Dennis Scott, those guys, you know?
Yeah, like look at Carmelo his rookie year. He got into it with his coach. Like there was a shift around that time. They gave the power to these guys off rip without even really
LeBron got
themselves.
Power the moment like LeBron wasn't even drafted, he got that power.
Yeah, they got rid of there was a player talking shit about him.
I think it might have been Carlos Boozer or CJ Miles.
No,
one of those
I
two.
think it was Ricky Davis.
Oh, Ricky Davis. Oh yeah, where he said I'm LeBron before LeBron, right?
Yeah, or he was like, we don't need him. He said that like the year before. So yeah, there was a huge shift, man. Like that LeBron effect is real, man. Like a lot of franchises, they kind of, I don't know if the league valuation went up, but I think a lot of franchises realize they are tied to their stars.
Yeah.
Because Cleveland was not relevant. But then when they got LeBron, I think what it is that the value of Cleveland went up so high that other owners were like, oh, the values are tied to the stars a lot more, so we can't afford to lose them.
Yeah. Oh, that's how it is. Because before then, what did Cleveland have? Like a couple of years of Ron Harper and Mark Price and those guys. And then once Larry Nance Sr., but once they got LeBron, it was like solidified star, you know?
Yep. Yeah, it's the lay of the land. Wait.
And then since we're talking about, oh my bad.
Now go ahead.
Since we're talking about the Rockets, I like the extension deals. We could really talk about that if you want.
Yeah, let's go to the Sengun Jalen Green extension. Man, my man Jalen got 3 years, getting 50 per.
They lowballed the shit out of both of them. I was kind of like Sengun, both of them. It was kind of their faults because Green didn't start off the season well, and Sengun got injured. Right? I mean, injuries, you can't really control. Mm-hmm. But it's just kind of crazy to see like those guys kind of get lowballed.
What did Sengun get?
Sengun's extension was.
He probably got more years.
5 year 80, 5 year 185. So he got a decent deal.
Yeah, so he got
but not like Franz Wagner.
But is that fully guaranteed?
Let me see. Extension with the player option for the final season.
Okay, so yeah, he has a player option. Now, peep the difference that they gave Jalen Green. Jalen Green got the 2 years.
Yeah.
He got
not much confidence there.
He got Jalen. He got the 2 years plus the player option, and it's interesting because players who are young that tend to get the 2 years with the player option, they all got traded in the last couple of years. Grayson Allen, he got traded to the Cavaliers in 20. No, yeah, Tayshaun.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The James Harden trade, he got traded.
Yeah. Kyle Kuzma. Chris Humphries, Jerome Williams, got traded to the Raptors. Yeah. So that's 99. Yeah. So, man, Chris Humphries in 2007, he got traded to the Mavericks. Kyle Kuzma got traded to the Wizards. So it seems like Taurean Prince. My bad. I said Tayshaun Prince. Taurean Prince. My bad. He got traded to the Cavaliers. So. It seems like, because remember how we spoke about this before, the Rockets are not really sold on staying young that long, and we're hearing rumblings about Jimmy Butler possibly.
And Ime Udoka is not a coach. I don't think Ime Udoka is a good developmental coach, to be honest with you. So you kind of need these guys to kind of like blossom into something. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I like Ime Udoka, but I have a lot of criticisms for the guy. Have you watched the Rockets game this year?
Nah, not yet. What are some of your criticisms?
Dude, his offense isn't really sexy. He needs an offensive coordinator on his bench.
Holy shit.
He's a good defensive coach. Mm-hmm. But, bro, his offense is much more, I feel like it's stagnated. You see, like, Fred VanVleet one-on-ones, Jalen Green one-on-ones. I'd much rather have, kind of like Sengun maybe set up some plays off the post. I would like to see a lot more handoff passes. Maybe, like, Fred VanVleet play a little bit more off ball, but with the Rockets, I haven't really seen that in my my 2 games I've watched him play.
The Rockets don't really have shooters like that.
No, they don't. But I also think with like those 3, your big 3, you could have them flowing off of each other because I don't think their games contradict each other that much.
Now, here's another thing: the Rockets don't really spread the floor like that either.
Yeah,
they really don't. They're not like the type. Sometimes the Knicks kind of suffer from that too before they traded for Towns. that spacing, it's not really about the player making 3-point shots. Sometimes it's just about the spacing.
Him being a viable threat.
Nah, it's not. Him being a threat, it just creates that spacing, and it seems like all the perimeter plays that they have, that love to make the the little dribble moves. It seems like it gets clunky in there a little bit, and they're one of these teams that suffer from that whole we're always getting high draft picks, so we have to draft the best available talent.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I understand. Like, I've seen a lot of people criticize Reed Shepherd isn't getting minutes, but he's like, dog, you need to make space. When you got Tyrese and Cam Whitmore, when you got Jay Sean Print, Deshaun. I mean, what's his name again, bro? He's a point guard. I forgot his name, but he's been there for a while. I'll remember him later. When you got him, you got a lot of players that you kind of need to feed,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna feed all these guys, man. It's just you're right.
Gonna have to make
You're
trades.
right. They don't have the coach for that.
Where's his name, man? Jay Sean Tate. I knew, and I don't know why he slept.
Oh, yeah, Jay Sean Tate. Yeah, I could never say his name. Jay Sean Tate. Yeah, you're right.
Jay Sean Tate. It's a lot of words.
Yeah.
It's alphabet soup.
Jay Sean.
But hey, Jay Sean Tate. But he's a guy a lot of these mouths you have to feed. And it's like, bro, you don't have minutes for that. And you also have to play in your veterans like Steven Adams, Jeff Green.
Yeah, Reed Shepherd now.
Yeah, Reed Shepherd. You kind of get lost in the shuffle, For them, a lot of the lottery picks, you don't have much opportunities to really shine. Where, let's look at Jabari Smith. You look at him and you compare, his fellow three draft mates, because I think Evan Mobley was a part of that draft.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not, no, Evan Mobley was part of the Jalen Green draft. My bad. So I believe it was Chet Holmgren, Paolo Banchero, and Jabari Smith in the same draft, right? You look at those three. You look at Paolo Banchero and Chet. They've had an opportunity from a team that started scratch. Right? I think where Jabari is kind of much more, where do I fit in this? And I think that's kind of hindered his development.
Yeah, it's just, and Amir Thompson, he doesn't shoot either, and it's just, man, that's a lot of development.
I think which one do we have? Amin Thompson, right? The Rockets.
Oh yeah, they're right. He has the twin brothers, right?
I think you're talking about the Pistons one. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They both can't really shoot. They both have the
both
same
of them
game.
are just lengthy defenders.
Yeah. They both.
But even the Pistons. Mm-hmm. Even Jabari, he's better off in the Pistons, to be honest with you, because there's not much of an influx of talent as compared to the Rockets. There's a lot more mouths to feed and a lot of developments. And I don't think Ime Udoka, like I said, is really a developmental coach. And I think Steven Silas kind of failed at being a developmental coach. So the Rockets are kind of stuck in this liaison of what are we, what's our identity. And I think last season they kind of figured it out, but I think this season, hopefully by January, we're going to see a real Rockets identity.
Yeah, it's the rotations are weird.
But I also feel the same way about the Pelicans too. I'm gonna be honest. I feel the same way about some of these teams in the West, or even in the East, where I'm like, they struggle with an identity. I think the Rockets kind of come up with that. I think let's see with the Warriors, because I think they got veteran bench players who kind of know how to play, in the big levels.
Mm-hmm.
But these two teams I can really think of with an identity crisis, the Pelicans and the Rockets.
Yeah, the Rockets, they're shooting guards through their forward positions, the 3 and the 4. It's almost like the same thing repeating, even coming off the bench. There's no shooting.
No, there's no guy that you can have an off-ball guy who can just run around the court, get himself open or get others open. I think that's why Steven Adams was such a key important signing, is because that's a guy that can play off the ball, who can be kind of the brick wall. He doesn't need the ball in order to be effective. Even with there's positions where Steven Adams doesn't touch the ball at all, but he opened a play for another player. He opened the court, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one thing the Rockets need more of. But it's what can they really do? I don't know if they're that confident in their young talent. Clearly not, because they're much more hesitant to pay. They were much more hesitant to pay Sengun and Jalen Green. Because Sengun, 5 years is great, but let's be honest, like within that 5 years, you look at Franz Wagner and his contract, Scotty Barnes, Cade Cunningham, Evan Mobley. Those guys got paid bank.
Yeah, they're in the first apron right now. That's why they were hesitant to pay. They're in the first apron. But remember, the Rockets, they only give out team options. So Fred, I'm assuming next year they're not gonna mess with Fred. They could mess with him. They could just give him the $44 million for next season because they're gonna be way underneath this cap. But it's oh, you know what? Yeah, they could give Fred his money. Steven Adams, I don't know what they're gonna do with him. They have too many of the same things repeating though. It's like these forwards that could play defense, nobody's shooting.
But isn't like even Steven Adams, right? I think he's on his last year's deal, right? And he's coming off of an Achilles injury, right? Or an ACL injury. So even if the Rockets were willing to pay him, they're not paying much. Like you're not expecting to pay Miles Turner money to Steven Adams.
Man, Miles Turner would be a good Miles Turner. I don't think his 3-point shooting is that great.
I think his defense. I think a lot of people kind of overrate his 3-point shooting. Yeah. It's just his defense makes him really significant.
To be honest with you, his their rim protection is not that great either.
The Pacers, Miles has struggled.
Yeah, the Pacers are not really a rim protecting.
They're an overrated team. I think I highlighted that in our comments.
Yeah, you know the Pacers. To be honest with you, I think the league trying to balance itself out and just kind of promote a star. A lot of the media coverage on Tyrese last season was promotion. It seems very agenda driven last season because the second half of last season, half of last year, he had a horrible time. People question if he was still injured, but he started off the year hot with all his passing.
He made the in-season Emirates Championship Finals or whatever.
Yeah, I think they saw a way to promote a new star and get the people in that Indiana region to kind of buy in, and they kind of like his image. His image is very safe, but at the same time, if you look at his game,
his game isn't flashy either, right? So he's
it's
like
not at all.
Working man's player.
Not at all. He's
not too flashy, but he does everything right.
Correct. But no, I wouldn't say he does everything right. He doesn't like to dribble in tight spaces. He picks up the ball early.
Yeah, but I'm saying like how they try to present him as he does everything right. He's a man's man.
Yeah, they put him on Team USA.
Yeah,
it was
all NBA team.
It was a very promotional year, and he's young. He's one of the younger. The thing about the league right now, they're in a gray area because one thing David Stern would have never done is let LeBron get this much shine for this long. That was one. Yeah. This is my one issue with Adam Silver. I'm like, yo, LeBron is getting too much coverage and too much because they work with ESPN. It's too much promotion. Yeah. You gotta promote the younger players.
Well, dude, my thing is like, okay, like guys like Paulo Banchero should be promoted in my screen more.
Oh like yeah, he's definitely not promoted.
Like,
I don't know why.
This guy. And like I feel like even when Zion got drafted, it felt like Zion got drafted. Oh, Pelicans, who cares? Like that's what I felt with that dude. I think with Chet Holmgren is another guy who can be promoted. Like this guy could possibly make his first All-Star game. I think a lot of their first overall picks don't get hyped. Like Cade Cunningham, I feel like most people wouldn't know. A lot of casual fans, like people who are just in your everyday street, like minding their business. If I went up to them and said, "Yo, you know Cade Cunningham," they'd be like, "Who? What?"
Yeah, they don't know.
And that's not a good look for like your future stars because these are your future All-Stars, no matter which way you look at it. You know. The only one, like, I feel like the people who caught on fire is just by being themselves. John Morant did a lot of bullshit. Yeah. But even he caught on fire organically. Anthony Edwards. Mm-hmm. You look at Shai Gilgeous. I don't know who else. LaMelo Ball. These guys caught on fire organically, right? And so that's what kind of got people into their aura. Where I feel like the NBA itself, they do a shit job at mass marketing players.
Yeah, and that comes to a great point because I think they're struggling with promoting the American star. Like they're so used to that. You know what I mean? Like they're used to the charismatic, MJ, Kobe. I got a little bop to me. I got a little swagger. They're used to promoting the American star, and they do not know how to promote the international star. at all. And when I say they don't know how to promote the international star, I'm pretty sure it's easy to promote them overseas or internationally. But I'm talking about the American audience. The American audience, which we all know in America, the American audience sets the standard for what's cool. We cannot deny that. The American audience,
pop culture is America.
Yeah.
American
audience sets the standard for what's cool, and I feel like they having a lot of issues translating like a Luka or a Jokic or any other player that's not necessarily from here to kind of put them ingrained into like the NBA subculture or just culture overall. It's like it's hard to ingrain them. Like you see Luka, driving around the Michael Jordan car. He has he's doing like a lot of memeable shit, but it's not really translating. It's not really translating.
Yeah, but I'm like the examples I brought up are American players, and they're not even getting like that much ESPN coverage. Like Chet Holmgren, Paulo Banchero, I don't know, Anthony Edwards by himself. But I'm saying it's like these kind of guys who aren't really like, who don't really put themselves out there, like Chet, like Paulo Banchero, like Cade Cunningham. They're not getting that same coverage. What's happening is I've seen much more organic. I think Brunson, people like him organically, right? Because of his podcast. He's kind of like funny. He's very witty. People like it. He gravitates. Anthony Edwards, the way he talks shit, people gravitate. Shai Gilgeous swagger. I think that's how they're able to gravitate. They've created their own gravity. But I feel like the NBA machine has failed on like guys that could have been bigger. Like I think Zion has a lot of injuries. You could probably put the machine behind him. You could put the machine behind. Even Jason Tatum, I feel like they failed to put the machine behind. A lot of guys, I feel like they have failed to put the machine behind that really makes them popular. Like, bro, even Trae Young, the machine was not behind Trae Young.
Oh, yeah,
What made Trae Young popular was when he was in New York and they were spitting on him. He was doing all those posing. You remember?
Yeah, the bowing.
I remember the bowing. And then, like, I remember, like, right there, like, the WWE, what they did is like, oh, we have a show in New York. Who do we call to get like one of our villains over? We have Trae Young. And so like you see the whole Madison Square Garden cursing him out, fuck you, whatever. Like he made himself popular in that series. You don't see that where like the NBA is making them popular. Like the fact is outside entities are riding on what these players are doing. It's never the opposite.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point you brought up because I think what it is now, and we've seen the acknowledgement, the machine is not as effective. And I think the acknowledgement was when you seen Adam Silver with Kai Cenat during that Knicks Celtics game. That was when the NBA now is starting to collaborate with the online creators. Yeah, they've actually made a whole rollout for this. They've announced that they actually have a whole budget for this.
You remember?
And hold on, Kai Cenat's not the only online personality that they've collaborated with.
I think there's another Speed and Kevin Durant collaborated. I know that.
Yeah, and there's another girl. She does like online impersonations of like all the NBA players for like years. The NBA started working with her. She's really funny. Yeah. It's really organic. So I've noticed that like ever since last season, I noticed that. And now when I seen Adam Silver do like a whole skit, he did a whole skit with Kai Cenat, like when the game was over or during the halftime. So I'm noticing now they've realized like they can't like manufacture some sort of like a sort of attention to a certain player, like as if like they're better off taking Tyrese Haliburton, having him dress up his preppy way and put him in front of Kai Cenat. They're better off doing that than versus trying to.
Even Tyrese Haliburton, it's not cool.
Yeah,
like you're not gonna find a kid that says, "Oh, I promise you, bro." Go up to a kid right now and tell him like, "Who is a cool point guard to you?" They're not gonna say Tyrese Haliburton. They're saying like,
I feel like he doesn't have to be cool. Tyrese don't have to be cool. Tyrese just has to go viral. Like if Tyrese went in front of Kai Cenat and they had a viral moment, everybody just knowing who he is would have been enough for promotion. They'd be like, "Oh, come see Tyrese." You know what I'm saying? Like, or if Tyrese, like, I don't know, let's just say he wore like a funny outfit. Come see Tyrese wear his funny hats tonight versus the Celtics. You know what I mean? Like, Tyrese would show up to the game with the league fits, wearing the funny hat
Yeah.
that went viral on the Castanet. Like, that's how they need to promote guys. Guys don't have to be cool. They don't have to have the Michael Jordan, Kobe, mystique. They just have to link up with the right,
human.
with the right influencers, I should say.
Yeah. Because you remember, I was watching a podcast. It was Kevin Durant, like he was on the Logan Paul, and I guess Aisho Speed was also a guest. And I remember there was a viral moment where Aisho Speed's like, well, you know, Aisho Speed is kind of a loud personality. He's like, yo, what if I come to your games? Did you notice me? And Kevin was like, oh, fuck no, I wouldn't know who the fuck you are. And that moment went viral. It was hilarious.
Yeah,
so
they need more of that.
Outreach.
And then they can make it a whole thing now. Now you can have I show Speed at the games, and he'd be like, yo, KD. And then the NBA at the same time, they could plan it. They could be like, yo, let's get KD walking out the tunnel, and there's I show Speed. They could make that part of the game.
Yeah.
Like, they need to do more of that. Like, the players don't necessarily have to have a mystique. They can sort of, I don't want to say manufacture like the certain viral moments, but they could capitalize off of certain moments and recreate them.
I remember they had, you know, those two dancing sisters that were popular for a couple of years? Charlie D'Amelio and her sister. I forgot the other sister's name. They brought them over to the All-Star game where they're like dancing with the basketball players. So they're trying to get that kind of audience of the young TikTok generation to get behind the NBA. Like, they have been trying for a couple of years. And I think that's the best way to really put the machine behind. You know, I think the NBA shouldn't even bother with the machine, to be honest with you. I think what they should do is let the fans and let these TikTokers and these streamers decide, like, who is cool. And let, like, outside companies...
It's not even cool. It's what's organic. People like organic shit. Yeah. People like 100%. Organic shit. There's too much. It's almost like when you go to the food store now. Like, there's a lot of shit mixed in with the organic. You know, this shit's kind of bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, when you have the organic, you're like, okay, this tastes better. You can see it. Like, it's the same thing. When we see Anthony Edwards talk to the media, and sometimes he's cursing, and then he makes a joke. That shit is, you know, or says some shit off the top of his head. Awesome. We know that's organic. We fuck with Edwards for that. It's the same thing. Yeah. This whole manufactured ESPN over promotion of, like, let's say LeBron James and Bronny, that's very inorganic, yo. It
means nothing.
It goes against the algorithm in a way. It's almost like people will spend more time talking about how fake that shit is versus what the agenda they're trying to push. It just doesn't make any sense.
And look, let's be honest. The Minnesota game, the first game, people want to see Bronny out there. Ever since that game, I don't see Twitter like, we want to see Bronny and LeBron share the court. They don't care anymore.
Because that shit was fake. That shit was fake. That shit was fake.
And it was like, okay, it's cool for a moment. But, like, give me something new.
Yo, the same way they said during the elections, the presidential candidates be running bots, is the same way your favorite celebrities or whatever the agenda is for certain industries, they push the bots the same way. A lot of that, nobody ever asked, how did Bronny make the All-American McDonald's game? Like, nobody ever asked that question. Like, yo, what high schooler that qualified for that game got kicked out over this kid who was really should have never been in that game?
Yeah.
Like, his whole shit has been manufactured. His whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's crazy, man. It is crazy. And that Sierra Canyon school that he went to, a lot of celebrities send their kids to that school. I don't know if they felt comfortable.
I think Wade's son also went to that school, no?
Yeah, but, like, they're not the only ones. There's a lot of people, high officials in government, a lot of people there. I'm not sure if they were comfortable with LeBron filming and having their children on camera when they send their kids to that school because it's private. Like, nobody will know they're going there. Like, there's a sort of privacy that comes with minors. And it's like to have LeBron kind of go into this school where everyone's parents are like high ranking, you know, high net worth people, to just break all the rules. Because apparently that school has a very strict like policy in regards to broadcasting. They don't want people knowing this high government official's son goes to this school. So I don't know how LeBron somehow skated through all that and was filming 24/7. His son, he had a whole crew for that. Like, a lot of this Bronny James shit is manufactured. A lot of it is.
That's just the business side of things. I think the NBA, and I think a lot of them are kind of in the crossfire of the new generation. like I'm not gonna say they done a bad job. Like I said, we can highlight many of the good jobs, like inviting the TikTokers to the All-Star game, or inviting Kai Cenat to kind of like hang out with Adam Silver, inviting Actual Speed and Kevin Durant and Logan Paul because they're mainstream. So having those guys kind of sit there and make jokes with Kevin Durant is cool, and the prime and all that stuff is cool. But I think the NBA is kind of like, I don't know. I think the NBA should commit all the way into like kind of the influencer era of sports, because I think a lot of kids, man, I'm telling you, a lot of kids love that Actual Speed and Kai Cenat, and what they do is like is shit that they're sitting in their rooms and just recording shit, and people love that shit. I watch like a Kai Cenat video. It's very simple, but it's very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, the key thing to take away from like the live streaming with Kai Cenat and like these streamers is that what's going on is authentic.
Yeah.
What's going on has a level of authenticity that they don't see nowadays. Like even look at the presidential candidate, even like Kamala Harris. Everyone knows her laugh, certain gestures she has. Whether it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on, you notice it. Everyone's human. They're like, that laugh is kind of fake. Like, she changed her accent. Like people are more, they notice these things now. Like you can't manufacture these things anymore. It's like she kind of in a way represents an old guard that used to get away with that.
Or when Hillary Clinton went on the Breakfast Club and talked about like hot sauce in her purse.
Yeah, or Obama. Anytime he goes somewhere, he meets with like blue collar workers, he changes his accent. Then when he goes somewhere else, he would change his accent. He goes around a bunch of brothers, he's giving out pounds. Like that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one's saying it's like, you got to mix a little bit of the organic with the inorganic. Everyone has to do that from time to time. But it's like nowadays, it's like when you give too much inorganic, it's like people just notice it a lot more.
And I think that's what makes like, not to get too political, but I think that's what makes like people like Trump for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's a level of organicness to him where it's like, man, he's just gonna say it straight off. Like shit, they may have to film this on tape delay because they don't know where he's going with this.
And he's going on my favorite podcast, like Joe Rogan.
He's going where the people are. He's going where their people are. See, when you start going into these like the platforms, like no offense, like NBA TV, like these professionalized cable TV scripted things, everything is pre-planned. But if Zion Williams goes and see Kai Cenat and they straight up ask him like, yo, what's up with your baby mamas? This interaction is way more organic. Everyone's thinking that, yo, Zion, what's up with you and the hoes, man? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are more organic interactions. Yeah. That's what's gonna make Zion's profile, surprisingly, it'll make it increase because they'll be like, oh, look at that viral moment. Remember Zion, da-da-da. Like, these are like the types of conversations. It's not through no like, oh, I'm sitting down with like Ja Morant did with ESPN. Oh, my mental health. Like, what the fuck kind of bullshit is that, man? He might as well have sat down with like Shannon Sharp. He might as well have sat down with Shannon Sharp. Shannon just pull out the
Shannon
Henny.
made a big pivot.
Yeah. Like he might as well like when Ja Morant had the gun incident, he might as well sat down with Shannon Sharp and Shannon be like, Ja, what the fuck are you doing? He might as well have sat down with him and just straight up asked him like that. He would have been better off than that whole manufactured. ESPN made Ja Morant sit in like a clinic. It looked like a doctor's office, and then he talked about mental health. I'm like, yo, they made this dude a victim. I was like, bro, you're wilding by yourself. Ain't nobody making you wild out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then he had the Nike logo. If you notice that was kind of like a Nike ad, low key. He had the
Nike trying to save their own ass and their athletes' ass,
Yeah, but they were low key getting promotion too. Like there's like a little Nike ad in that whole like Jalen Rose interview, and he made Jalen Rose look stupid. Jalen Rose is a person that he comes across as authentic. He works for ESPN, so they kind of gotta like help out. Manufacture things, but that softball interview was horrible, and it made him look dumb because he did the gun incident.
And nobody remembers it. Like I don't even remember watching it.
Yeah, but so crazy. He made Jalen Rose look stupid because he had the second gun incident. So he's sitting there with Jalen Rose talking about my mental, and then all of a sudden your mental, you on camera smiling, pulling out the gun again. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
It's like people read through all that. There was an era where this worked, like the boomer generation or whatever. or the generation after them, it worked for them.
Bro, it worked. Even in the 2000, it worked with the decision and shit. But now it's like, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, LeBron doing the decision. That could never happen today. That shit
Nobody
is
would give
mad
a shit.
inorganic, bro.
Nobody would give a shit.
It's like, you mean to tell me you don't know where you're going by now? You need to sit down with TV cameras and do all this extra shit?
Yeah, all I need is Woj to give me the notification and I'm moving on with my life, you know?
Word. Like, this is it, man. Like, this is enough of this bullshit. Even Woj got sick of it. Woj probably got sick of this shit. I wouldn't be shocked if he never talks about the NBA again, ever in his life. If someone asked him, like, oh, do you... Yeah, like, Woj would be like, oh, I didn't even know who won the NBA championship last year. Like, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, he just like fucking in the middle of nowhere. Nobody knows. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Don't bother me. Fuck off.
Yeah, but, you know, overall, like, the promotion, the NBA going into streaming, like going into Amazon, because Amazon is gonna have to come up with their own program, like how TNT has the show with Charles Barkley.
Did you see the rumor that they're gonna try to bring the same program but replace Charles with Blake?
Yeah, I know, it's weird, but here's the funny thing, right? They're probably gonna try to do that where, on TNT or Amazon?
I think Amazon.
Okay, so one thing I was saying the last time we spoke is how the streaming companies, they cannot attack or have the new content around the NBA the same way they had it on television. Because on television, shit was on a channel and people couldn't necessarily, they had to click off the whole channel, right? But now with streaming, you have to actually scroll down and choose it. Meanwhile, while there's like 30 other movies on the screen. So they cannot approach programming around the NBA the same way. They're gonna have to do it very do it very personality based. It can't be like,
you know,
wait, hold on, dudes can't be wearing suit and ties talking about basketball. That shit gotta end, man. They wearing suit and ties talking about sports. That shit gotta end. Like, come on, man, are you selling a fucking car? What's going on here? Like, this is crazy, attorney? Bro. Yeah, they can't take that fucking formulated television network shit into streaming. They gotta end that. They gotta give Gilbert Arenas a bag so he could act a fool with Paul Pierce calling the game afterwards. Or having their own broadcast feed. Yeah, they need to approach it like that. They cannot approach it on some, we're having dudes wear suit and ties and debating. Like, that shit gotta end, man. Like, that shit, like, remember how I told you earlier how I was doing the show and I'm looking at old NBA footage? I saw like a Jordan playoff series with Ernie doing the halftime show. So I'm watching a halftime show, I think from 1991. And I'm looking at Ernie and I'm like, oh shit, this would not work today. Bro, the show was it was so formulated. It was like, oh, this is the halftime show. Like, it was in the suit and tie. There's no flavor. There's no seasoning.
Yeah.
Like, that shit was a bland chicken just sitting in the bowl boiled. Like, it was no spice, no nothing. I'm like, bro, people used to watch this, but people had no choice. There was no internet. There was no Kai Cenat. There was no streaming. There was no viral moments, viral photos, viral videos coming to your feed 24/7. So they're gonna have to adapt, man. Like,
my thing is, my thing is, like, I'm a fan of like Blake Griffin being a TV personality, but I'm not a fan of the idea of like Shaq, Kenny, Blake Griffin, and that's it. Like, if you're gonna bring Blake Griffin, you gotta bring a younger squad around Blake Griffin. Guys who watched Blake Griffin growing up and who could like sit there 25, 26 making jokes for hours.
Yeah.
Because Blake's a comedian, right? So it works. But it wouldn't work if he's with Kenny Smith and Shaq.
Yeah, at the end of the day, but they're gonna have to change the studio. They're gonna have to get rid of a lot of that.
You have to make it young.
Not even young. They gotta make it more personal. They gotta make it more personal, more organic.
Exactly. Because, like, dude, I've watched, like, I think, like, what the thing was, like, Charles Barkley and those guys work is because they're the similar age, right? So those personalities play off well.
Yeah,
and I think with the NBA getting younger.
But Charles Barkley sprinkles organic shit into it. He says really what's on his mind. It's crazy how much power they really give Barkley. They let Barkley on that
he's the biggest star in that show.
Yeah, nationally televised show. Sometimes the way he's talking like he's in a barbershop, or he's talking like it's just me and you with no cameras.
Yeah.
He says shit that he should not be saying.
Like he's bigger than Shaq when it comes to being a TV screen
Oh
personality.
hell yeah, man.
Yeah, like I know Shaq. You know, everyone. I remember they gave Shaq the biggest rollout because he thought he'd be like the biggest star in TNT. It still remained Barkley throughout those years.
Yeah, man. Charles Barkley will make.
Yo, I
Charles
think he won
Barkley,
an Emmy for it. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll make a comment about Zion. Remember when Zion was going through all those issues with those ladies? He'll make a comment about that shit. Like, that's what people, it's almost, it sounds like a family member who always spits the truth at the dinner table. Like, they need that. It can't be like, welcome guys to the halftime show presented by blah, 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 blah. Like,
he'll curse. You'll be like, yo, this shit corny, Ernie.
Yeah, man. Like, no, Ernie, I like Ernie, but the thing is, I don't really, because now it's crazy watching.
He's a good personality to play off of Chuck.
Yeah, it's crazy watching him back then versus now. Now they actually like you could see his personality. He has a dope sense of humor, making the Rick Ross joke. But back then, yo, bro, they had this dude so airtight. They had him in the Charlie Brown, a brown suit with the brown tie. That shit does not work. But it's not necessarily him. It's that environment, the work environment.
Is that environment? I think once they brought in Chuck, you saw kind of the chemistry turn where they're like, Charles kind of like, he doesn't really need Warner Brothers as like Ernie did, but you also see he's like, yo, this guy's funny, he's charismatic, and you saw Ernie kind of play kind of like the bad cop with Chuck. If Chuck will say something wild about a player, Ernie will be like, nah, Chuck, like kind of like gaslighting him to say more, but also kind of playing like the good cop,
Yeah, it's almost like a person who changes the environment, the workplace, like Ja Morant. We never saw the Grizzlies dancing. Now the team, when they came out the tunnel, they're doing viral dances. We never seen the Grizzlies do that shit, but Ja Morant is the one that kind of created that atmosphere because he has the power to do so.
That 1 year, yeah. You remember Brooklyn Nets that 1 year?
Yeah, Brooklyn Nets dancing like that. Yeah, it's the personalities. Like, it's like they have to be more organic. This whole like formulated television have to be perfect all the time. When you see Shaq run at the Christmas tree and falls on the floor, that shit is fucking beautiful, man. It's like it's more organic.
Even the Shaq in the Fool. The Shaq in the Fool was funny.
Yeah, they need that, man. Like but they cannot come into streaming with that 1920s television mindset. Like I'm talking about the programmers, whoever's like directing these shows. Streamers. Yeah, they gotta take from someone, gotta master the television world the way it is now and the streaming world and kind of meet in the middle.
Yeah,
they gotta meet in the middle where they could have a game where Paul Pierce might be a little bit lit off the yak. You don't see him lit, but you know that he's lit and he's saying some crazy shit and everyone's laughing. You need to have that type of environment. You can't be like, this is the halftime show presented no one's gonna,
because I think like
no one on a streaming platform is clicking on that.
And let's be honest, like these shows are made for a casual audience who likes those kind of jokes. Like Charles Barkley most of the time doesn't even really talk about basketball.
Yeah, but so funny. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people tune into that NBA show. They don't even watch the games. They just tune into that late night show, because sometimes that show lasts an hour after the game ends. Like it lasts a long time. Like they're running ads. They're still talking. They're not even talking about the games no more.
No, they're just laughing about golf or like a celebrity or whatever. Like,
that's the way it should be. But again, I can't wait to see how Amazon attacks this, because look at in football, Peyton Manning.
Well, they own.
Look at Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning is the darling of football, right? You know what I mean? Companies try to give him a job to be an announcer. What he did? Nah, I'm gonna be here on the couch with my brother. We're gonna crack jokes. Like he found his own lane where he calls the games. Now he's calling the games from his house. He might have a friend over. They're chilling.
He's a comedian. He's funny.
Yeah, he's not trying to be in that corporate environment all robotic. He was like, bro, I was robotic the whole time I was a captain of the football team. You think I want to spend my next couple years being robotic again? Like, come on.
I wanna have fun.
Yeah.
But bro, speaking of chemistry, bro, what do you think about Giannis and Dame's kind of relationship right now?
Yo, you know what? I have a nice bite from Dame. Oh my God. Like, honestly, right now, I don't know what's going on over there.
Dude, I was surprised. These statements are usually made around like January, February, but this is way too soon. Way fucking too soon, bro.
Yo, to be honest with you, man, I just don't. this is the problem with players. I think the Bucks represent the last team where they let the superstars kind of build a team.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Lillard, I think Giannis liked Lillard when he saw him in Portland, right?
But
then when he arrived, he was like, oh shit, I don't think this guy was ready. There's a reason why he stayed in Portland so long. There was a reason why. You know what I mean? Like, and I think he's learning that now. And he's learning that in real time.
He's not a dominant ball player. He needs the ball too much in his hands, a defensive liability. It's a lot of problems that come with a guy like Dame.
Yeah, and Dame never... You see, the thing is, when you're the guy, you don't have to box out. You never had to. You
can take defensive plays out. Because they're expecting you to have the ball 99.9% of the game.
Yeah, and then you can miss a couple of shots or miss a couple of like defensive cues.
Because you're getting like 20 plus attempts a game, right? So you can do whatever the fuck.
Yeah, but now that the fact that he's on a team where Giannis is handling the rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Giannis' organization for a decade now. Yeah.
Yeah, like so Dame actually spoke on their relationship, and right now, what is their record? They just, oh man, the Bucks, man, Jesus Christ. They're 1-3 to start off. So here's what Dame had to say about their relationship.
Me and him gotta be able to hold each other accountable, and I don't mean yelling at each other all the time, just mean like I gotta be able to say something to you. And you gotta be able to say something to me at all times. He's always had to put his foot down in Milwaukee and kind of lead the charge and be kind of like the man to push it forward. And I've always been that way in Portland. And I think now that we together, we both gotta look over and say, this a top 75 player too. And I gotta trust him to carry this with me. I think we both gotta do that. After that, we got a shot. We got a shot.
Damn, that last part didn't even sound believable.
Yeah.
He said we got a shot 2 times.
The thing is when you have a personality, I don't think Dave never had a personality that demanding, and Giannis never needed a personality around him being demanding, right? Mm-hmm. But now, like, the idea of like Giannis giving up possessions is like kind of stupid, right? Especially to someone like Dame. So it doesn't make any sense. But I just think the fit itself is nasty, bro. Like, I think even on paper, like, sure, names-wise is nice. But you look at Dame, Dame's never been an off-ball player. Like, a guy like Steph works. A guy like Dame doesn't work. Because of the fact he needs these shots, right, to be kind of dominant. But Giannis, he has more gravity to create for more people. We've seen that with Giannis, Drew Holiday, Bobby Portis, Brook Lopez. They all have their best seasons with Giannis. Like, dominating the paint, demanding attention.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of need an off-ball guy. Like, I think a lot of people kind of like, the best example is like Shaq and Kobe. But the thing is, Kobe was such a good off-ball player that he didn't really need the rock.
No, but it also made sense for him to be off-ball because the gravity. Because if you look at some of these NBA final highlights with Shaq and Kobe's shooting open jump shots, and you ask yourself, why is that? Because that's how much people would double team, triple team Shaq. He demanded that type of defensive coverage, so it made 100%. Sense to be an off-ball player. Yeah, never in Kobe's career, he's taking open jump shots. You see him in the finals shooting open jump shots.
Exactly, but I also think the problem with a lot of Damian Lillard, James Harden, that generation, they never had to learn playing off-ball, right? And that reflects is when you have to play with another star that doesn't need to play off ball. He's the most dominating. The gravity is, for Damian Lillard, ideally it'd be better to be an off ball player. But at 31, do you expect him to become an off ball player? Hell no, you can't.
Can't, man. The habit's already built in. It's built in.
And that's like, I think one of our first talking points about Trae Young, this is one of the prime examples of like a Trae Young-esque player, where it's like, yeah, Portland, Atlanta, you're the man. People love you. You get talent like Nurkic, CJ McCollum, Aminu Al-Farouk. These guys are like, yo, this is our guy. We die for this man. And it's cute, it's nice. But the fact is, when you go to a team that demands you to be like, all right, we're a contender, this is serious, what now? You have to sacrifice your game. But the thing is, Dame, what is he most talented on? Dribbling and creating separation. And so because of that, you can't thrive in a role like Atlanta, or you can't thrive in a role like Milwaukee, where you have a guy like Giannis who wants the ball in his hands, because like it doesn't take Giannis much to bully ball his way to a basket. Like imagine telling the top 3 player, "Nah, I gotta get mine." Like imagine that, bro.
Yeah, and then he doesn't even have the authority to try to get his. It's like what has Dame really done? Just scored a bunch of points.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like that's why like a guy like Chris Middleton fits so well with the Giannis kind, because Chris Middleton's a great off-ball player, and like he'll have possessions where he just open because Giannis is just getting buckets and teams are forced to throw in another body, which puts Middleton in a position where he can get you baskets. You know, Jrue Holiday, those guys. You need those kind of personalities around a guy like Giannis. I feel like people think big man car duo. Like people think Shaq and Kobe, but the thing is, like those guys, the off-ball skills that Kobe had is what made Shaq and Kobe work. If your other guy does not have off-ball abilities and needs the ball to score, it's never gonna fucking work. I think that's why like one of those two have to make a sacrifice. Where I think we talked about LeBron and Anthony Davis earlier. Anthony Davis makes that sacrifice, right? Like we all agree on that, because Anthony Davis gets the ball to score. He doesn't get the ball to create. I think it's the same exact thing with Giannis and Dame. They're just an ugly version of Anthony Davis and LeBron and how they work.
That's a great comparison. Ooh, that is you nailed it right on the head.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they have Doc Rivers. Oh, that's the icing on the cake. Oh,
yeah.
That's
and Doc's not gonna be able
icing.
to make it work, because Doc wants to make everyone happy, right? Because this might be possibly like his last stint before he like fucks off to be commentator or ESPN personality, eventually get the jacket of Hall of Fame. So like for him, it's like, I gotta make this shit work. But how do you tell a guy like Dame, right, 31 years old, that you have to take like a back step and kind of work on an off-ball game? Because dude, it's easier to tell a 24-year-old to do it, but it's hard to tell someone who's like with Damian Lillard. He made it clear, like, we're both top 75 players of all time. So in his head, he's that fucking guy. So how are you going to tell that fucking guy to be like, take a step back?
Oh my God. And this is my issue with star players judging guys who play on teams, drop a bunch of points, but they stay consistently finishing as one of the worst defensive teams. They don't really achieve anything. There's no expectation. And it's like the guy has been there his whole career. Everyone kept telling him, Dame, are you going to die in Portland, man? When you going to leave? My man
when
never
you're going
left.
Miami, when you're going to LA.
Yeah, like how many years? Like people was desperate. They was telling Dame to leave for like over 4 years, and he stayed there 4 extra years.
After that 2019 conference finals run,
which was a
where
fake
Dame
run,
had to play in the bubble play-in tournament. Ever since then, it's like, Dame, your team peaked last year. Like, move the fuck on.
No, man,
you know?
that's a false peak, man. Trust me when I say this, man.
Oh, that 2019 shit was bullshit.
Yeah, it was bullshit. And you know how you can tell it was bullshit? The way Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson with that thin ass bench, no KD, just swept them dudes like nothing. Like nothing.
Exactly.
They swept them like nothing, bro.
Nothing.
And
that was a bullshit run.
Yeah, that was a bullshit run. And their only victory was like their main victory was against Westbrook. And everybody knows Westbrook led teams losing to Donovan Mitchell in the first round. They got some bad losses with Melo and Paul George. That's not a real team. That was not a real team.
Yeah, exactly. That was not a real team, and the Nuggets were babies.
Yeah, so like, and this is my thing where sometimes some of the fan base don't realize a star that's really a star because they got the opportunity to chuck up all those shots and with no expectation. Like Dame has been living good. He's the man. There's no real expectation. No one goes like, Dame, you ain't win this year. What happened? No, he gets averages points, gets to go Dame time, gets to rap at the same time, and there's no real expectation.
Gets his commercials.
Yeah, I think for the first time, Dame is realizing, this superstar shit comes with an expectation. Yeah, there's an expectation.
Like, let's be honest. Like in the 2010s, Dame is probably one of the bigger stars, right? Like no denying. Mm-hmm. But there was more pressure on guys like James Harden to win.
Oh yeah,
guys
for sure.
like Paul George, guys like Kyrie Irving when he went to Celtics. A lot of guys had higher expectations of being that fucking guy. Where Dame never had that. Nobody thought, Dame, like, he needs to lead this team to a championship tomorrow. Never.
Exactly.
Never. Like, back then, it was Rockets. Oh, Kyrie went to the Celtics. He needs to win a championship. Fuck. Who else can I name? Paul
KD,
George?
wherever KD went. KD with Westbrook.
Wherever Kevin Durant went.
With
Paul George went
Westbrook.
to Oklahoma City Thunder. Okay, you need to win now.
Nah, he didn't have it as much. He didn't have it as much.
No, he didn't have it as much.
Jason
but,
Tatum,
he had it more than.
I can make an argument. Yeah. Jason Tatum being young had a higher expectation to win a championship than Damian Lillard has ever had.
Oh, especially in 2002 when he went to the finals for the first time.
Yeah, not even that. Way before that, since the bubble, since the bubble season, I can make an argument. Jason Tatum being way younger had higher expectations. Had way higher expectations. Matter of fact, Jason Tatum that year that Kyrie made his return after they went to the conference finals the year before versus LeBron without Kyrie, the next year after that, they had huge expectations and they were super young. Dame has never even tasted that type of level of expectation.
I forgot. Chris Paul also had those expectations.
Yeah, Chris Paul has also. Dwight Howard has had
Dwight Howard.
Dwayne
I think
Wade,
healthy
like
Blake Griffin did, but people just kind of gave up on Blake later on.
And that was my issue with the NBA 75. I was like, why is Dame there?
Yeah,
I remember I was asking. I was like, he's not 75, bro.
Maybe 100, and that's me being nice.
Yeah, it's just like, yo, the guys that are 75. I mean, there were some guys that shouldn't have been there either. But I'm not gonna say their names, but they shouldn't. 75 is when you have those some sort of expectation on you. A lot of role men that were on teams with huge expectations should have been at that 75. Not some of the guys who were the 1As who scored nothing but points and never got past the second round. They should have never been there.
You remember, I think it was Dame used to cry about not being selected in the All-Star games at one point.
Yeah, it's just Dame. You was in the bubble, man, with a rookie Ja Morant fighting to get into the playoffs. You remember Dame in the bubble?
Yeah.
Like, yo, after making the Western Conference Finals, why are you fighting like that just to barely make it into the play-in?
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy, bro.
With the same exact roster, too.
Yeah, and then he's talking about, like, oh, I'm not going to leave Portland. I'm not escaping the grind. It's like, bro, are you serious?
You don't want to face the grind.
Yeah.
Like, and it's showing. Like, this statement, right? It's a bad look statement because, like, you haven't achieved shit. So for you to be this all, like, kind of like, oh, the whole leader of the Milwaukee Bucks is bullshit. This is, you are a guest. You have been welcomed. This is Giannis' home. He's made this to a championship organization.
Yep.
Like, shit, even if Chris Middleton made that statement, I wouldn't be angry. I'd be like, I get it.
Yeah, Dame has always... There's a few teams in the NBA where you get away with being a star with no expectation. When you're the star of the Toronto Raptors. And that's no slight to them. When you're the star of the Portland Trail Blazers. When you're the star of the Pelicans. Wizards. Yeah, the Wizards. When you're the star of the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah.
There's no real expectation, brother. Even when you're the stars of the Grizzlies. There's no real expectation. Y'all don't have the history.
Even Marc Gasol had more expectations than fucking Damian Lillard.
Yeah, like there's no history. Some of these, like, I don't know, man. Yeah. Dame right now, we're seeing the real Dame. We're seeing the real Dame. So and it's crazy. I've been calling it out since he arrived in Milwaukee. I was like, man, I don't think Giannis understands. Like, yo, bro, this guy has been killing it with no expectation. He's had your title with no expectation. Meanwhile, everyone's asking him, like, yo, Giannis, are you going to win the big one? Like, you had expectations the whole time.
Oh, Giannis, the fucking wall, fraud MVP, all that bullshit, bro. All that bullshit he was thrown at.
Yeah.
Oh, James Harden should have won it. This guy should have won it.
James Harden even coming up against him, talking about, I got, like, oh, he has no skill or whatever slight he made at him.
Yeah, like, even that championship run, it was Brooklyn Nets. You remember?
Mm-hmm.
They don't got it. It's Brooklyn.
Yup, and then he came through. KD might have had his foot on the line, but hey, Giannis still came through big. But at the end of the day, you could tell, like, when other superstars hate on you, it's because they can see, like, you're going up levels. If you look at Dame, everybody loves Dame because Dame is not a threat.
No, Dame's fun.
Yeah, everybody loves Dame. Dame is, man, I don't want to say this. This shit is harsh. Dame is like the Vince Carter of this era, man. Dame is like the Vince Carter. Yeah, Dame is like the Vince Carter of this era, man.
No, he'll get a Hall of Fame, bro. But, like, Damian Lillard will be remembered like exactly like Vince. Like when we talk about the 2000s, you're not bringing up Vince. You're bringing up Kobe. You're bringing up Wade.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Everyone knows he had great moments, but it's like damn, man. It's like when it came to the big one.
No, like we never like expected him to win shit.
Yeah, it's like, man. No, it's not even like you didn't expect him. It's like in a way, they're sort of ducking. There's like a question mark. Are they ducking the smoke?
Yeah.
Are they ducking the smoke?
No, you were ducking the smoke. But the thing is, you're able to make young, gullible fans like the loyalty. Like you're able to dupe them into it.
Yeah, it's man, shit gonna get interesting in Milwaukee, especially with Doc Rivers, stubborn ass, man. Like Doc Rivers.
Next is Giannis leaving.
Yeah, man, I see Doc Rivers imploding before anything.
Yeah,
he just
he's leaving, bro. You know,
I was
thinking about this. I was thinking about this yesterday since we're talking about Doc. You never fire a coach if you don't have a backup coach. The Bucks, Mike Budenholzer had a lot of faults, but he still led the team to a championship. If you can't get like a Nick Nurse or someone better, there's no point in replacing that coach. And I think that's what showed with the Milwaukee Bucks' reactionary decision of firing Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah. It's just...
But I'm not saying Mike is some genius. I'm saying Mike is probably like one of the better coaches they could have kept.
No, but also here's another thing. They've allowed, remember, the previous owner for the Bucks was selling the team. Giannis wasn't a lock to stay with the team yet. So they got the coach that Giannis wanted. They got Dame, and then Giannis re-signed. People forget about that part. Like I said, Giannis, he represents the last of the superstars who actually try to build a team. Remember how everyone said LeBron makes his decisions? There's been too many superstars after LeBron, like, kind of been known of doing that. They try to imitate him, and it's failed. It's failed for most of them. It's actually failed for all of them, even KD. It's failed for all of them. You can't do that. The only time it really was successful for LeBron was when he went to Miami, where Pat Riley called the shots. It wasn't LeBron calling the shots.
Even this Rob Pelinka shit barely works.
Everywhere else LeBron went, it hasn't worked. In Cleveland, the reason why it worked, it was a miracle. Draymond suspension, Game 7, all types of, like, Steph and Curry completely fucking up,
shitting their pants.
The Warriors center getting injured. It took a shit ton of like things to happen, bro. Same thing for the
Richard Jefferson somehow like
came out of nowhere
too.
And then in LA, it took a pandemic. It took a the Clippers, the way they was rolling into the playoffs, sheesh. They was on it, and then the pandemic happened. Nobody took it serious.
Yeah, and the Lakers were able to.
It's like, man, come on, man. LeBron's way of doing shit, it's only been proven to work in Miami, but it wasn't even him calling the shots. He went. He had no choice but to listen to the man with like what he probably had like 7 rings before LeBron got there. Like Pat Riley already has success.
I mean, he won the organization a championship before LeBron got there, so LeBron didn't have a say regardless.
Yeah, but Pat was a championship coach since the 80s with the Lakers.
The Lakers, the 5 championships, and then you got the 6 with the.
Yeah, so it's like LeBron can't really tell him anything. LeBron went there to learn from that man.
And Pat had success in Miami, New York. He had success everywhere he went. But dude, speaking of like Bucks, I think like Denver Nuggets kind of in a similar situation. Basically, he said, I mean, we don't shoot the ball really well. We are not a good shooting team except for Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray. So it's clearly like Jokic addressing his frustrations with the lack of shooting on the team.
Yeah, but Porter Jr. hasn't really. It's not like he's playing.
No, he's not playing. He only had 1 good game, and that was tonight.
Yeah, it's not like he's Let's just see what Jokic had to say. This shit in Denver is a clusterfuck.
Denver Nuggets shooting this season has been a struggle. With the loss of KCP this offseason, it has led to the shooting pool being smaller. I mean, we don't shoot the ball really well. We are not a good shooting team. Except for Mike Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray.
Yeah, that's... Man, he should have said Westbrook in there.
Hey, Westbrook, credit to him, dude. He was 100% on the field today.
Wow. My man Westbrook, yo.
He went 10 for 10, 22 points against the against the Nuggets. But even him, bro, I feel like his slander kind of gets overblown. But I think that just reflects how poorly the Nuggets are. Because, like, the fact that, he had to score 22 points for the bench to make a difference is very bad for an organization who had a good bench, like, just 2 years ago.
Yeah, it just seems, again, not every organization, because the money now is like every team is kind of rich in a way. They could pay players. Not every organization is the ownership doesn't react the same way when it comes to spending.
Yeah.
And it seems like the Denver Nuggets, they should have negotiated with Michael Porter Jr. They should have never just gave him a max deal because he averaged 18 points a game for one season.
Especially when he has a history of bad back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, and he's a vegan. Like, I don't know how. I mean, I'm not trying to say anything bad about vegans, but I just don't know how well his body could hold up 82 games, burning all those calories and being vegan.
Yeah, that shit's hard. I didn't even know he was a vegan.
I'm not sure. I don't think he's a vegan anymore.
No.
I think I heard him say he tried meat for the first time while he's in the league.
Because I know he's Christian, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, damn, man, that's crazy. Going through the 82 games schedule with practice. How you keeping the calories
protein.
on?
Yeah, no real protein, nothing.
Yeah,
but dude,
and you injured? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, but I also added, bro. I was watching the Thunder game. I also put this in the list. The Denver Nuggets bench only scored 16 points. So the thing is, like, not only your bench sucks and regressed, is you lost Bruce Brown for nothing. You lost Jeff Green for nothing. You've lost KCP for nothing. A lot of your key players you haven't really replaced. Like, Christian Braun is good, but he's a good slasher. He hasn't shown to be much more of a 3-point threat. The Nuggets have a lot of questions outside of the starting five. Is where the fuck are they going to generate their offense? Because Russell Westbrook's cool. Like, he played great tonight. But Russ, he's kind of a wild card. One day he'll play good, and then he'll have a bad game.
Yeah, they better holler at Najee, man. They gave him some nice change, bro. Like, for this dude to be a ghost.
Yeah.
Off the bench,
Najee.
Like, it just doesn't do anything.
Like, Peyton Watson, I don't know what he does. He hasn't really surprised me all that much. There's a lot of guys I'm just not crazy over, which I was like told like, oh, the Nuggets, like, after the finals invested in their depth. I'm looking at their depth. I'm like, they're cool, I guess, like whatever names they are, but they're nothing like crazy. Julian Strawther, I'm not really crazy about him either, but he was one of the bigger names that was drafted last year.
Yeah, I'm looking at their salary right now. They're at 177. So they're
they need these guys
in the
to
first
blow up.
apron of the tax.
Yeah.
But the roster is too top heavy. Michael Porter Jr. at 35. 35
and
years
Jamal
too
got
high.
paid. That's
fine.
They're kind of
that would actually be fine. But Michael Porter Jr. at that number that he's at, I don't know.
And then Aaron got paid too.
Aaron should get paid. That's fine. If they paid Aaron,
he's their best two-way player.
Yeah, and Murray, that's fine. But when you got Michael Porter Jr. and then you paid Najee, and then you let the other guys go, like that Michael Porter Jr. money would have covered some of the players that they lost.
Yeah.
Like KCP, it would have covered them.
Yeah.
And then you allow
right.
They're relying on Christian to what? Become the sixth man of the year? What are you supposed to be? J.R. Smith?
No, Braun is starting. He replaced Braun replaced KCP.
Yeah, but what the fuck? Like they're really
this is a championship team now.
Oh, he's a starter now?
He's a starter. He's KCP on the team.
So what the fuck?
Last season,
who's off
so
the bench?
lineup is Jokic, Christian Braun, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Jamal Murray, Jokic, Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr., and Christian Braun.
Jesus Christ! Who's coming off this bench?
And then off the bench is Peyton Watson, Russell Westbrook, and Julian Strawther.
Yo, this team is gonna burn out. Yo, they didn't learn from last season. They burned out against the T-Wolves.
I was watching the game tonight, and I'm like, dude, thank God they had Russell Westbrook, bro. Like, somehow get hot. Because that team would have struggled tonight. Like, bro, back-to-back games, overtime wins. That's not sustainable. Like you might as well lost. You might as well lost the game, to be honest. You might as well lose the game, to be honest with you.
And this is against
like, nobody
who?
leave the Brooklyn Nets and the Toronto Raptors.
Ooh.
I'm not talking Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm not even talking Cleveland Cavaliers. I'm talking about two teams that are just like bad.
And this was a home game today against. They're in Brooklyn.
Nah, this is away.
Oh, so Denver's in Brooklyn right now.
Denver's in Brooklyn, but dude, even regardless, bro, like you're Jokic. You have Jokic on your team.
That's a weird
like,
schedule.
Are you
the fuck?
Are you struggling to put away? Are you struggling to put away Cam Thomas and Scotty Barnes? I have to question like your team. So that's the problem the Nuggets have come, and they're not hitting their threes. Their team is weirdly like structured, man, and it's not sustainable. I think it's the Nuggets saving a lot of money because they have to, you know.
But here's the thing:
like Bruce Brown
they could have just went over the cap, man. They could have just did that just do it, structure it in a way for 2 years, and then get out of it. They could have gave out 2-for-1s with a team option. But
the ownership also made it clear they're not willing to spend.
Damn.
Yeah.
See again, so that's the difference. We're about to see a lot of the NBA fans are about to see how some of these franchises really operate. That championship shit, a lot of franchises, they talk up a good game, man, but they're really about that cash flow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the parade, they'll be like, "Yo, we're going for another one."
Yeah.
But then after that, like, nah, we'll go for another one, but just make sure it meets this budget.
Yeah, this team could have just paid the tax for 2 years. Like, and then get out of it.
Bruce Brown got a good contract for 2 years. 2-3 years, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. I think he's on his last year on the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, and then whatever first round pick they got, they need to get out of that Najee contract.
Oh, yeah. Dude, a lot of these, like, I remember Peyton Watson, he was sold on to us after the finals. Like, oh, Peyton Watson, the sophomore year player next season, he'll be someone that we could watch for. They sold us on a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, man, Jokic, I don't know. I'm looking at last year, the way they burned out against going 7 games against T-Wolves. Man, they're going to burn out again, man. I'm sorry. These teams are deep.
They're not good. Like, they're not good on paper. Like I said, bro, if you're struggling against, like, Scotty Barnes and Cam Johnson, Cam Thomas, how are you going to expect to compete against Devin Booker, Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant, LeBron, Anthony Davis?
They might match up against those teams better, but not the OKC and Minnesota still.
But you know what I mean? Like, those kind of star powers.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the funny thing about Denver. It wouldn't shock me if they eliminated Dallas, but then they lost to OKC. It wouldn't shock me because I think the matchups can just outscore. Yeah, the matchups. Whoever can't guard a center, they're gonna have a good time against.
And Chet held himself pretty well in that game. Chet was great that game against Denver. He won them the game. He was a star player of that team, the game.
Yeah, Chet has had a great start to the season. Again, man,
he looks like an all-star this year.
Yeah, he definitely does. I'm telling you, who's low-key watching and hating on him is Wemby. I'm telling you, man, Wemby pocket watching, man. Wemby pocket watching.
Those guys for sure have that whole competition going on.
Yeah.
Since like kind of since the preseason or the fucking summer league or the preseason of last year, they've been kind of like at the collision course because their careers kind of intersect.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Wemby approaching Pop. Yo, Pop is telling Wemby this slow method, man. I just don't think it's gonna work past this year. Like whatever this slow shit that Pop is on in the San Antonio way, they better I don't see that shit work. I see Wemby getting impatient after next year.
I don't see like why it doesn't make sense to me because they're very quick on David Robinson and they were very quick on David Robinson and Tim Duncan, right? To put them in contentions. So I don't know why it's taking them a while to put, Wembanyama in championship contentions.
I don't really know the history of the Spurs, but I'm wondering why were they able to pick in the draft like that and get Duncan Robinson when they had a
David Robinson.
Yeah, like and they were competing.
Yeah.
That's weird. Like, why were they even in a position to do that? But then again, the Spurs are a ABA team. Some of these ABA teams move different. Like the Pacers, Spurs, Brooklyn Nets. Some of these ABA teams, they're still. I don't know what's the finances. I've heard like when the ABA and the NBA merged, the families that own the ABA teams, they got some cash, but they also still get paid off these teams. Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
They still have percentages of these teams. Like, I don't know what's the situation, but I've noticed the ABA teams are very they still kind of move kind of mom and pop-ish. Very mom and pop.
What did you think? Speaking of bench being ass, did you see? I think the Sacramento Kings I also put, man, their bench is a struggle to watch outside of Malik Monk.
Whoa, the Kings bench shouldn't be like that though, no?
They only have Malik Monk.
What the fuck? The Kings don't. I could have sworn the Kings had a bunch of players.
Nah, bro, they only have Malik
They
Monk
got rid of Barnes and all of them.
Yeah, they got rid of Harrison Barnes.
Kevin Hertier. Oh, he starts.
He starts. He's no longer their bench player. Like,
Yeah, they got Alex Len. I didn't know Alex Len was still in the NBA. Oh shit.
Yeah. Like they're right now, they're equal right now, obviously in record. But dude, I look at their team, I'm like, damn, when still starters sit, is cooked product. Like, look at tonight. I think 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, the Kings
only 18 points off the bench tonight.
Yo, the Kings
off the bench against. Yeah,
that's kind of the Kings are they're a little bit cheap though because they have room to spend more money.
Yeah.
They're at 166. They could have hit like 170 something. Yeah, I don't know, man.
They're not getting good production off their bench, bro. Like, their bench only 18 points from the bench. Like, bro, you're asking a lot from your starters. Like, nobody in double digits.
No wonder De'Aaron Fox ain't re-signed. I see why now. What
Yeah,
have they really? They were good. They made noise 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When they beat the Warriors, right? I think they beat the Warriors.
They lost to the Warriors.
They lost to the Warriors. Oh yeah, in 7.
Yeah.
So that's when they made noise and surprised everybody.
Yeah.
What did they do since? DeRozan? That's it?
DeRozan's our hottest signing. And extending Malik Monk. Like, they're not a bad team, but they're not like attractive, bro. I just find them like, they're cool. Again, I wasn't really fond of the Kings. Like, I find Sabonis awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think him and Fox play very well together. But other than that, I'm like, I wasn't really crazy outside of those two. And DeRozan. Like, he's always gonna play good.
Yeah, if the Lakers, let's say around like February, March, when they come back down to earth, that's if they don't run shit through AD. They should be swimming in the same pool as the Kings.
No, 100%, because both of their bench are ass. But the thing is, Kings, the only advantage the Kings have is that they have a better starting 5.
They do. But let me ask you a question. Do you think the Kings feel the pressure for De'Aaron Fox kind of waiting things out?
Yes.
You think they feel the pressure to get better? Or you think they feel the pressure to pay him that $300 million if he makes like an All-NBA team?
Pay him, bro. They feel the pressure to pay him.
That's crazy, but think about what you just said. They feel the pressure to pay him more versus making the team better.
Yeah, because like they're never gonna get someone better than De'Aaron Fox. Sacramento has to draft talent.
To me, I'm wondering if they're approaching him like, hey, what's the number that we can negotiate for the new deal while at the same time using some leftover money to get other people?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's a thing or if De'Aaron Fox is trying to get paid. Because it's hard to believe the Kings are sometimes a serious franchise because of the last 10 years. They've been since the DeMarcus Cousins days. Yeah. They've been kind of iffy.
I think that what they need to do, I think they're better off with I think right now they're kind of a fun culture, whatever. But even then, I'm like, dog, how long can you really last on this fun culture thing?
Yeah, again.
Yeah, Sabonis is a star. But the thing is, bro, what else are you going to do? Like, you have a star.
Yeah, the thing is, sometimes I don't know what some of these NBA teams are thinking because the Pacers were willing to give up on Sabonis at age 25 when he was doing the same thing. So I'm just like,
when he made a couple of All-Star teams or whatever.
Yeah, they gave up. He's not the only star they gave up on. They were willing to give up on Turner at the same age too.
Yeah, but the thing is, nobody wanted Turner as compared to Sabonis.
Yeah.
Or they felt like Sabonis had a lot more upside.
It's weird, man. They were willing. The Pacers were willing to give up on a guy who was just turning 25 and who was putting up great numbers. Was one of the better power forwards in the league.
Yeah, but Sabonis never been a playoff player.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe there's I don't know. There's like a Sabonis, Julius Randle tier where it's like these guys are good, but
you're good, but you're not great.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're on the verge of being great, but I'm saying they're not good, but they're not blank. What's the blank? I don't think they're measuring greatness. I think they're good, but they're not moving ticket sales.
They're beer tier players, man. They're B tier players.
They're beer tier players, but do they move the ticket sales?
No.
That's how I'm thinking. Like from an ownership perspective, I'm like, because I'm just like, man, the way they kind of not invest in these guys. I'm wondering.
I think Fox probably sells more than the Sabonis. Though Sabonis is a better player.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised they look at it that way. Like, okay, he's good, but we're not selling more tickets because of him.
No, I think Fox sells more tickets.
Man, Fox, I hope Fox get up to 800 mil, 800, 900
I wonder
mil.
where if Fox does not stay with Sacramento, I do wonder where he'd fit.
Man, to be honest with you, man, good luck, because he's part of that class, man, that could become a billionaire just off NBA contracts.
Yeah.
I find it very hard he's going to look his family in the face and be like, yeah, I'm going to go here to win. Like,
because
like,
I don't
what?
view him. I don't view him as the same category as view him as the same category as Trae Young.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing is when he came into the league, he's in that Luka, Jason Tatum class.
Oh yeah, he's only he's young still. Like, you know what's crazy to me? I forget how young some of these players are.
Yeah, I'm just looking at De'Aaron Fox. It's like, yo, the year he came in, it aligns with the TV money to become a billionaire.
Like, bro,
that's how I'm looking at it.
I was in high school when this guy got drafted, but it feels like forever this guy been in the NBA.
Yeah, it does feel like he's been in. But you know what it is? It's that sometimes some of these guys they kind of get lost in these like franchises that just like Dame, where they just you know, oh, look at his numbers, oh, look at his highlights, and then you don't even know when they got eliminated from the playoffs. You don't even know if they made the playoffs.
I also think the league keeps getting younger, so we kind of forget that Fox is young.
The league is getting younger, but there's no one really coming. I can't even say LaMelo Ball is better than Fox.
Nah, I think they're both around the same.
I don't know, man.
Find new toys, right?
I don't know.
We find new toys. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I see what you're saying.
But I also think like Donovan Mitchell was able to outshine him from that draft class too.
Donovan Mitchell's part of that 2017 class?
Yes.
Man, that whole class is not getting traded. I'm sorry. Not getting traded. That whole class is not entering free agency. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Lonzo Ball. I believe it was Lonzo Ball. 2017. That was Lonzo Ball, Jason Tatum, Donovan Mitchell, Lonzo Ball, De'Aaron Fox, Donovan Mitchell, Bam Adebayo. I think those are the guys that I could really pinpoint from the 2017 class.
Okay, so 2017. So those guys, minus the Lonzo Ball, because he's not really in that tier. I'm talking about the guys who signed max rookie extensions that came into the league around that time. Donovan Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox, Tatum, Luka. Even though Luka is probably the year before or after.
Luka's 2018.
Yeah, so that's the sweet spot. 2018, 2017 classes. If you were drafted in that class and you were one of the top tier players, you are on your way. You'll be the first group of individuals that will be on their way to getting $1 billion. Almost or under. You might be like someone a little bit on De'Aaron Fox's level might hit 800 million or 900. But Tatum And fucking Luka, they're passing the billion. They're probably gonna hit like $1 billion too.
Yeah.
In lifetime NBA contracts. Like, this shit is crazy.
Oh, dude, it's awesome.
And Donovan
But,
Mitchell too. Donovan Mitchell, if he stays
they're
on
all
course.
around the same age. Yeah.
So none of these guys, if you really think about it, none of these guys are going to enter free agency. It's rare. Because if they enter free agency, they lose on that opportunity.
They lose money.
Yeah, unless it's sign and trade, which is going to be rare too.
Yeah.
To make that work in this new CBA, I mean, we'll see. I haven't seen too many teams do it yet, but this shit is crazy.
Why, like I could see by I don't know, De'Aaron Fox will probably re-sign. Like I don't really see an opportunity where De'Aaron can be a bigger, like, you know, like I think the freedom he has in Sacramento, I don't really see him getting it anywhere else.
That's how the league is gonna be like now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be a whole lot of players kind of staying where they're at. There's not too much opportunity in free agency nowadays.
Yeah.
Like those days are slowly ending. It's like Paul George is a rare occurrence. Very rare occurrence.
Oh yeah. I think 2019 might be the last big free agency from that we can recall.
Mm-hmm.
Like in a long time.
And then speaking of kind of restricted free agency, I should say, what's going on with Johnathan Kuminga and the fucking Warriors, man? He's had a bad start.
I don't think the Warriors are sold on him anymore, bro.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, here's what we talked about just now. It's tricky when you enter unrestricted or restricted free agency.
Yeah.
Because now the teams are not necessarily in the position with the new CBA. They're not trying to hit that second apron. They're not trying to be compromised for draft picks. They're not trying to hit all these penalties. So are the Warriors trying to leverage? Because I'm pretty sure with their analytics team or whatever, they're looking ahead. Who's really going to have cap space? Yeah, who's really going to have cap space to sign Kuminga? Especially at his number.
Yeah, and he's been mediocre this season, right? Or like last season, he kind of ended the season in a very, very positive space with 16 points. So a lot of teams aren't going to take that gamble. They'll sell him for like a cheaper deal, but they're not going to sell him for the money he wants.
Yeah, they're not. And what is he? Man, this is the part I don't understand about the Warriors. It's almost like are they gonna begin to pivot? Like eventually when Steph goes away, are they gonna pivot off this whole 3-point shooting? Because once Steph leaves and there's already no Klay, they're not gonna be that 3-point shooting team. So what's the next identity for this team? And could he possibly fit in with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because Steve Kerr the other night, he played 14 players on his rotation.
Yeah, he's running even today he ran a deep rotation, bro.
Yeah, he ran a deep rotation, and it's just let me see the 2025 free agency class. See, like this is where this gets complicated.
But are you surprised that Kuminga didn't get extended?
I'm not surprised, but it's just
I can't lie, I was kind of surprised.
Nah, I'm not surprised because let's see the Warriors salary cap before we get to
Okay,
this.
but let me ask you this. If you're not sold on Kuminga and not extending him, why didn't you trade him for like a Lauri Markkanen or someone like that when you wouldn't bother to extend him?
Because the Warriors right now, they're too top heavy. They're too top heavy. They're paying Wiggins, they're paying Curry, they're paying Draymond, and then you're gonna have another guy you're paying. So that at that point, they're gonna be up to almost 165, 170. So, man, and that's what almost in 2026. That's almost with only they need like 5 more or 4 more roster spots after that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
They're already up to 170, so they're gonna be back to the same scenario. They're over the tax. They're almost at the second apron. They don't want to be. They're only gonna be in the clear starting in 2027. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like the Warriors are paying. They're too top heavy. They're too top. And Andrew Wiggins, low key, he's in a good deal. Even though he's not playing the way he should, he's in a good
He's
deal.
in a very like movable deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at 2025 free agency. LeBron James is the only unrestricted star at 40. Jimmy Butler is unrestricted. Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, star tier. Kyrie, star tier. Fred VanVleet at age 31, star tier. So, wow, it's not that much. So, Kuminga would be in the starter tier. The starter tier is D'Angelo Russell, James Harden, Bruce Brown, Chris Middleton, and that's pretty much it. Miles Turner, Rudy Gobert. Well, Rudy's signed now. Brook Lopez at age 37. Yeah. So there's really not that much. He doesn't have that much competition. But again, how many teams are going to have that cap space? And I think that's what the Warriors are leveraging. It's real risky to go into restricted free agency or unrestricted. Yeah. It's really risky. I wouldn't be surprised if Julius Randle opts in. It's some risky shit.
He's for sure gonna like do a sign and trade or some shit, bro.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out well.
And here's another thing that kind of complicates shit, right?
Yeah.
You know how agents sometimes they hear of another player getting a certain deal, like the Jaden McDaniels deal in Minnesota. 5 years. Everybody said it was 5 years, 175, but in reality it was 5 years, 162 because he has like incentives to hit. And then quickly got 5 years, 175, but it's really 5 years, 162. So agents sometimes they hear about those deals, and they're like, "Oh, we got Johnathan Kuminga. He's a way better defender, and he has way better potential than those guys. So he should get more than the 175 for 5 years, or at that same level." Do you think they're sort of leveraging? They're trying to leverage those type of deals from like Emmanuel Quickly or Jaden McDaniels to start at a certain price point with the Warriors?
Nah, I could see that, bro.
Yeah, because the Warriors could be like, "Yo, we want to meet you at this number," and then they're like, "We want to meet you at like $30 million a year," but they're like, "Oh, Emmanuel Quickly and this other guy got 35 a year."
But also, those guys, like you're naming, they got drafted much later, right?
Yeah, and they got drafted later.
Yeah. So, like, dude, I think Kuminga, if you're Johnathan Kuminga, right, and you look at his draft mates or draft class, he's looking at like Franz Wagner. He's looking at those guys that were drafted around his pick,
class.
You know? Yeah, like around his tier. You know what I mean? Like lottery guys.
That is. Let me see how much Wagner got.
Wagner got like 200 mil, and he hasn't done anything really significant.
Man, that's another thing that complicates everything. Yeah, so he's getting 38, 41, 44, 47, 51. Wow, it's all guaranteed. 231 guaranteed.
And you're banking on potential at that point. You're banking on potential.
So they're banking on potential with that.
Yeah.
So, man, damn, this dude is gonna.
I'm not saying Franz is a bad player, but I'm gonna be honest. His developments, like when you look at it, it isn't anything to drive home about. To be honest with you.
Yo, but to be honest with you, with that 175, he has to get a bigger deal than what Quickly and them got. You know they're saying that. You know they're saying that because that's only at 35. That's only at 35 million a year, and he's got a man. I don't know if the Warriors are willing to give him.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Are the Warriors willing to give Kuminga more than 35 million a year after they have?
I honestly doubt it.
Yeah, they already have guys on the books that are vets.
I think Steph Curry
that
signed
make
a
20. That
extension,
make 25.
Right? Curry signed a 1-year extension, and I think Draymond has entertained possibly leaving after this contract or retiring.
Yeah, Draymond's getting 25 a year.
What's up?
Draymond's getting 25 a year. Wiggins is getting 26, 28, and 30.
Yeah.
So Kuminga will be getting. Kuminga might be looking for if we want to compare it to Franz in Orlando. Kuminga is looking to get 41 a year. Wow, I don't know if the Warriors could afford that.
And the money doesn't match.
The money doesn't match according to the cap. The Warriors next season are already up to 140. If they add another,
not only the money doesn't match, but the timeline doesn't match too.
Yeah, and the money's gonna put him over the cap.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But the timeline doesn't match.
This is interesting because let's say they gave him the deal that he wanted around Franz's number 41.
Yeah.
They're gonna be at 180, and they still have to fill up the roster with 4 to 5 more people.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Damn, the Warriors. Wait, hold on. Imagine the Warriors paying a tax on a team that can't even make the play-in.
Exactly. And Johnathan Kuminga isn't an all-star caliber player.
I see why Klay left. The
Warriors, dude, is a team with no direction.
Yeah, the Warriors. I see why Klay left. Number one, Draymond's number. It's not honestly, Draymond deserves his money. What am I talking about? Draymond deserves it because nobody does what he does in the league. He's a real floor general. But yeah, they chose their guys. The truth is Andrew Wiggins is taken up. But Andrew Wiggins, all these guys are at good numbers. They just have too many guys.
Yeah.
They got too many guys. It's hard to pay 4 people top dollar in today's NBA. The Warriors can't get away with that no more.
But bro, let me say this. In regards to the Warriors timeline, bro, I think they kind of 2022, it made sense why the Warriors kind of reshaped, right? Not 2022, my bad. 2020, 2019, it makes sense why the Warriors kind of reshaped. Because, Kevin Durant leaves. So you kind of have to do a little bit of restructuring. You win a championship, you become a title contender in 2020, 2022. At some point, you have to look at your thing and you have to look at your team and be like, okay, we got Steph Curry remaining years. For how long are you trying to bank on Johnathan Kuminga really rising up to be a star? Because I think Moses Moody was always expected to be a good role player, right? But Kuminga was expected to be a superstar. And we haven't gotten that.
I think they're expected to be a super. The thing is,
I don't all-star.
Yeah, I just think because he's part of the G League Ignite program that failed, that the league had to end up canceling. It just seems like the transition for him to understanding the game in a more 3-dimensional way, especially coming through G League Ignite and the AAU culture, it just seems like it's just not translating fast enough. And you mix that in with the CBA changing and the Warriors having to pay all these guys on the team already. It's just the Warriors had no business picking it at the top of the draft, to be honest with you. I think the years that they were bad, them keeping those draft picks came back to haunt them. They had no business.
You could have made a move, and you could have brought in another star to add along. Like, all right, Klay Thompson's loss is a big deal now because we're seeing the Warriors kind of like the Warriors don't look like the Warriors. But even then, you can move on from Klay and bring in another star like Lauri Markkanen. Like, I don't think people would have cared. But right now, there's nothing really attractive about the Warriors. They have good role players, right? Right now, the Warriors have great role players. Buddy Hield is hooping. Those guys are hooping. But, dude, they're never going to, consistently hoop as, the Warriors would hope for. Like, right now, they're 3-1, right? But how long are they going to remain 3-1? Like, right now, you play the shitty Pelicans. But tomorrow, you're going to play a better team. Then what?
Yeah. It's just... Steve Kerr with these rotations is crazy.
Yeah, he's running a deep rotation, bro. All of these guys got minutes.
I'm just wondering, Steph, at the end of his career, what's this identity going to be, man, for this team?
Yeah.
I mean, they're lucky because he plays off ball.
Yeah, he plays off ball. He can play off of guys. I think this team is not a horribly built team. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if it makes a play-in. But it's not a team that wins you a championship, bro. And you look at his peers, Kevin Durant, LeBron. Fucking, whatever we can say about them, we can question the Suns and the Lakers' legitimacy, but we can say this: they're more legit than the Golden State Warriors.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Draymond isn't a scoring threat, so if he's your second best, if your second best player isn't a scoring threat, there's what the fuck.
Yeah, that's the only issue. the thing about the Warriors, man, they're really gonna Steph really has an opportunity to get more rings, man. It's legit.
Dude, he could get 5, maybe even 6 if the Warriors wanted him to.
Yeah,
if
he
the
could
Warriors
really
actually like.
and if he did, especially while LeBron is playing, he could have challenged LeBron for the best of his era.
Oh, 100%. I think he does. That's the crazy part. I think he does. But right now, it's like, fuck, we're watching kind of like Steph Curry. Like, bro, I think you know what drives me crazy? Is people don't, like, we can highlight LeBron day and night, rightfully so. But, bro, being the best off-ball player at the age of 35 is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Especially with the lower leg injuries that Curry has had throughout his career. That is fucking crazy.
Man, I don't know, man. It's just Jesus, man. I don't know. It's these are interesting times, man. These are very interesting times, and
we'll never see a point guard like Curry. Like, I think maybe Ja, maybe, but we'll never see a point guard like Curry.
We won't. And I'm wondering, you know, after everything is all said and done, you know, especially after fallout with Klay with the Warriors. Because to me, I think Steph just, you know, him signing that deal, it kind of sealed his fate. Like, he's gonna, you know, they're gonna bury his coffin with the Warriors, man. Like, that's it. It's gonna end there.
But he signed a 1-year deal.
Yeah, but it's like to waste. I feel like he don't have no time to waste. It's like a 1-year deal.
You don't think Curry?
It's like a 1
All
year.
right, let's say Curry goes to the Milwaukee Bucks, and let's say Dame goes to, like, let's say a trade happens magically, right? Like, I'm not saying it's gonna happen. That Bucks team's automatically like the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean,
with Steph and Giannis.
Steph is gonna have to stay. Hey, the Bucks might be able to make that happen, but the thing is, I don't see Steph leaving that franchise, bro.
No, I think, like, if Steph wants to leave, he can win another championship. But it's if Steph wants to leave. But the thing is, bro, would it matter if Steph wins the championship in another franchise? Because his legacy's so set in one organization. That's like Kobe winning a championship in Dallas. Like,
yeah,
it would be cool, but it's like Kobe's LA. I think it's just like that. Steph is Golden State. Or Dirk Nowitzki's Dallas.
It's
so
weird.
I think that's just like,
It's just weird because his brand is cemented. It's sometimes your brand is cemented in one spot, and it's not even worth chasing the championship. It's not even worth it. Like Kobe,
especially a superstar like Curry, right?
Yeah, like imagine Kobe in like 2012 leaving LA to go chase like
for the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, it doesn't. It don't even make any sense. It's like, it's not even worth that championship, bro. It's like at the end of the day, you a champion anyway.
Doing, Kobe?
Yeah. It's like your brand is there. It's like Kobe, LA, Curry, Golden State. It's like you might as well just stick it out, man. They're gonna pay you.
You might as well thug it out.
Yeah, and plus, I don't see the Warriors letting him go. They got that new stadium. They need to sell tickets for that shit, man.
Oh, dude, people buy. Like, I think the thing with Steph, he's popular within old people. He's popular within young people. He's like a generational, like, he transcends every age group. So they can never let Steph go. Because he sells you shit.
Yeah, you really can't. You really can't.
Yeah.
But yo,
he sells you at a packed arena.
Yeah, he sells a packed arena, and it's just they don't really have a product outside of him right now.
Yeah. And they're not gonna have a product outside of him for a long time.
And it sucks because if they traded for Giannis, they're gonna have to give a lot away. They're gonna have to give Wiggins and Draymond away, and that's the whole idea. Because the thing about Curry, here's the funny thing: if you make a big trade to improve the Warriors right now, you have to make sure Draymond is still there, because Draymond is the enforcer.
Yeah, Draymond is the enforcer.
Yeah, he's the enforcer. I just don't picture them running that system without him. Like, I could see him running that system with Giannis.
Yeah. I mean, dude, the only superstar I'd make a trade for if I'm the Warriors is Giannis. Like, the idea of Lauri Markkanen was cool, but I wouldn't lose sleep over that. Same with Paul George. But I think, like, the only superstar for the Warriors is Giannis. Like, it's just whatever. You know, you better hope the Bucks suck another year.
Yeah, but
Giannis is like, yo, fuck this shit.
But here's another thing. Have we seen the Warriors make moves? We haven't seen them make moves with this cap restriction. Remember, we've seen them make moves where they're spending a shit ton of money all the time. And now the NBA has taken that away. So we haven't seen the Warriors being so flexible with restrictions. And so far, their reaction, they've been very reactionary. The Warriors, they've been like, get rid of Jordan Poole. You know what I'm saying? Let Klay Thompson go. Like, they just let him walk. There was no
Chris Paul. Hope it works.
Yeah, there was no trade. To me, they should have traded him. They should have traded him because obviously he was running amok in their locker room. This year, to start off the season, Steph and Curry and Klay, they got a little different energy to them. Klay kind of like had some energy the other night where it's like almost like they doubt me. Like when they interviewed him, he had the energy like, yo, they doubted me. Look at me now. And then
he's pissed at Dunleavy, and I think he's pissed at, I don't know, he might be pissed at Bob Myers too, but he's pissed at the Warriors higher up. Yeah.
People Steph and Curry had to say during post game, and I believe this could be about Klay. Peep this.
It's a beautiful locker room. The guys that are happy to be here, happy to play the way that we do. I understand everybody can get an opportunity. Coach has done a pretty good job of explaining, the situation we're all in, like in a positive way of, again, how many guys he would like to play and how many guys can play. And to your point, you have to have, again, a commitment and no agendas, no egos, or healthy egos. When you're out there, like, you're supposed to be out there, but if it's not your night, you can't bring the team down with your energy. So I haven't seen any red flags with that, which has been great.
You hear that?
Yeah, it seems like the Warriors organization and Klay had a...
Yeah,
it
man.
seemed like it went beyond the organization. I think it even went through the players. Like, I think the players felt some type of way.
Yeah, this guy, everything he described just now, just kind of... Man, it sounded like Klay last season. And this is all in the same night with Klay kind of having that energy in the Mavs post game with the look at me now. They hating on me. Like, he did a little dance. And then the same night they interviewed Steph, and Steph is saying this. Because I believe that the Steph game, it ends an hour after the Mavs game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Steph was in a Pacific game. And Klay was on Central Time. So, yeah, man, this is an interesting season. I can't wait till the book comes out with the Warriors behind the scenes.
Because, or a documentary?
Yeah, documentary. Because my bad, I said book. Like motherfuckers is gonna read this shit. We all know they're gonna monetize that shit with a documentary, man. Come on, let's keep it a buck.
Read it.
I would read it too. But more than likely, they're gonna do like a they might do a sit down.
Yeah,
I think they might do a sit down. But I believe when they do a sit down, they're gonna talk about what really happened in that back-to-back season when they won the championship with Durant. Something happened in that season. The season that looked flawless on the court, but behind the scenes it wasn't flawless. Because I remember Steve Kerr got to the podium talking about, man, this year's been rough. And I'm looking at him like, yo, y'all beat every team without any struggle. But he was talking about off the court shit. And then that's the next season when you see Draymond and KD arguing on the bench, Draymond calling KD a bitch. Like, all that shit spilled over. It finally spilled over.
Obviously, Kuminga.
Yeah. Like, it's crazy. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of shit you could tell that has gone on with this team, but they kind of have, like, this perfect image. And they
you left out a key, too. Bob Myers leaving, too.
Yeah, Bob Myers left early. He left early.
Yeah. He didn't even leave till, like, the start sinking.
Did he leave before the championship?
No, he left after, like a year or so after.
Yeah, like he knew this shit.
Like, he didn't even wait for the champagne smell to go away.
Yeah, I don't blame him because sometimes if you look at all these stories of all these dynasties, man, the fall off is real.
Yeah, I think this would be more. I think this is more nasty than the Chicago Bulls. At least Chicago Bulls are able to rip the bandage. This one, it seems like a slow bleed to death.
Yeah, I mean, Steph mentioned everything that happened last year. Energy is low. You know, some nights is your night. Other nights is not. You can't bring other guys down. Like, oh, man.
I think I think even like the way Draymond might carry himself on the court probably plays an impact too, bro.
Yeah, but Draymond's a hothead. And then who leaked out that footage of him punching
I
Jordan
think
Poole?
ESPN did.
No, man.
I mean, not ESPN. I think TMZ did, right?
It's not TMZ, man. TMZ don't own the building. They don't own the building. They don't pay the security.
It's not a player. It's someone from that fucking
organization.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, at the end of the day, but it's someone from the organization.
Yeah.
Because right away, and trust me, organizations like that, they're like CIA, man. They know they're very public conscious. So they know they're filming the whole practice facility. So they know that, hey, the cameras, they know who clocked in, who's responsible, who's in the booth at what time. Yeah, bro, they know who has access to the cameras. They know everything. So for TMZ to get that, there's no way in hell the Warriors, multi-billion-dollar franchise, don't know, you know, who had access to the tapes on what day, what time. Like it's just not possible.
Yeah.
Like I can understand if they were practicing at a D1 school where they don't have any control of this shit, but nah, man, it was in their house.
Yeah.
It was in their house. So that's another thing. Like even Draymond made little slight comments about that. Who leaked out the footage? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit is crazy.
Yeah, that's something you would want to bury, you know?
Yeah, something you want to bury, man. And I imagine what else did they bury? With Draymond's emotional ass, I know they buried a lot more than we think. Like Draymond and KD, if we think Draymond and KD, that little back and forth they had in front of everybody on the bench was the first time, that shit did not look like the first time. That shit looked like a blow up of months, maybe even years.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the Warriors. This whole Warriors thing, because you know they kept on telling everyone we're ahead of everyone, we're the franchise. You know, we got the analytics. You know, we're far above everybody, and it's like, yo, the whole time they're trying to paint this perfect image. They almost sacrificed KD in front of everybody in that 2019 Western Conference Finals with his Achilles tearing again. Everyone already knew it was fucked up. How can they just try to sacrifice him? They knew he was leaving. They threw him back out there to sacrifice his ass. And it's like, you know, this franchise, there's a lot of skeletons in those closets, man. There's a lot of skeletons in those closets. They can't fool all of us, man.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the little small, you know, leaks.
It's gonna be once. I think it's gonna be once these guys retire. You remember a couple years back, the Dallas Mavericks during their peak Me Too, it came out how toxic the Mavericks culture was, especially during that finals run.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get something similar to that. Maybe not as messed up. Obviously, the Mavericks, they had a much more sensitive details of like sexual assault and all these like horrendous things. But we could get something like that within like team culture, you know?
For sure. I'm thinking, the Warriors, like you said, it's not on that level, but it might come through like a KD memoir, a KD book, where they kind of reveal like, oh, what was going on, or maybe like a Steve Kerr book. Something is gonna come out, or even what's his name, the GM that's on ES. That's weird, right? He was a GM of the Warriors. Now he's on ESPN as an anchor.
He's on ESPN.
That's not weird.
Yeah.
That seems like a downgrade in jobs.
Yeah.
Like you know how many NBA teams would hire him with the drop of a hat?
Oh yeah. Bro, he's probably getting offers all the time, but I don't know what's making hesitant to sign one. I think he'll sign one eventually though. Yeah, like
that's very strange that guy. When I saw him sitting at ESPN, I was like, nah, man, there's no way in hell, man. This guy.
Perkins.
Yeah, this guy can get hired by any team, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the Warriors last dance. They should have had it like that last season.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that would have been interesting. But it would have failed. I think they try to make a documentary for it, but I don't think it'll ever come out.
Yeah. I mean, what's your opinion on this whole Joel Embiid back-to-back load management bullshit?
I'm not a fan, bro. That's Joel Embiid's not a serious player. Great player, Hall of Famer, but not serious.
Yeah, I don't think he's ready for it, bro.
No, I don't think he wants it, man. I think he's a funny guy.
Do you think it's him or you think it's the organization?
I think it's the organization. I think it's his health. I think it's everybody in Joel Embiid's circle. Like, I think the idea of like, oh, Joel Embiid makes his own shots is bullshit. I think the people around him, they know something that there's something wrong with his body. Clearly, it's been happening since he entered the league in 2015, and he played his game 2017. He's been 2016 he played his first game, right?
Yeah.
2016, 2017 he played his first NBA game.
Yeah, I remember when he used to play. He used to play for like 20 minutes at a time, or like 25 minutes for the game limit. He was on the limit.
Yeah, he was under limit for like the beginning portion of his career, right?
Yeah.
And then obviously he had the whole MVP campaign, which was big. You remember? I think that MVP campaign fucked him up big, but at the same time, it makes more money. It makes him more money to.
Yeah, to be like a former MVP. He was chasing that for a minute.
Yeah.
But he has some bad losses, man. There's quite a few bad losses in the playoffs. But at the end of the day, like, the 76ers are chasing a championship in this small, narrow window that they have with Embiid's health, Paul George aging. And I'm not sure if it's hard to judge this whole situation because Embiid played over the summer in the Olympics. If he wasn't good, why was he playing?
Exactly.
And then he showed up to the Olympics not in shape. He didn't look like he was in tremendous shape.
No. He has a weight problem. His legs just give up on him. It's a big problem with him, bro. I think Joel Embiid, he'll never be 100%, bro. And I think the whole idea, and Paul George is another guy who'll never be 100%. So 76ers, they're trying to make a Hail Mary, I think these 2-3 years are like crucial for the Sixers. Morey knows that, and Nick Nurse knows that. That's why you bring in these big names like Nick Nurse and Paul George, so you have a chance to like hopefully compete. Daryl Morey, you'll bring these names in hopes like, oh shit, like we can maybe milk one championship out of Joel Embiid, because that's what he's missing, right, in his career, is a championship.
Correct. Do you think it's the end of the trust the process? This is the last stop on the train?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a train ride.
It was fun.
It was not fun, man. I wouldn't say it's fun. It seems like a miserable, long train. Yeah, like in New York, this is how it is late night. When you take the train late night in New York City, the express train starts running local. And when it runs local at night, it stops. It'll pull up into the train station, it'll open the doors, and it will stop for like 5 minutes. And like the trains never do that. Like usually they pull in the train station, they open the doors, they're quickly trying to close it, right?
Yeah.
Like at late when you go late night, the train is just stopping. Then it goes to the next station. Yeah. It pulls in extra slow and it stops again because it's late night. That's been the trust the process train ride. It seems like a New York City 8 train line running local late night. This shit is like taking forever to get home.
I will give it credit to this. I'll give it flowers I'll give us flowers for this. It did leave a mark in NBA history because we saw the center position get revitalized. Like I think Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic, one thing they deserve credit for, and one thing that's like makes their legacy so beautiful is they were able to bring back the center position, a dead position they brought back. I mean, before those two on MVPs, can you name me a center MVP?
A center MVP?
Shaq.
Like, and then
we haven't had that since Shaq.
Wow, and then maybe Hakeem?
Like the last MVP center we had was Shaq.
Are you serious? The last one?
Yeah, before Jokic and before Embiid, it was Shaq.
Wow.
And Dwight Howard fell second to D Rose. That's it. So that is one credit I'll always give to Embiid, that he helped reinvent the center position.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a long time. So it's been nothing but shooting guards and small forwards? in power forwards.
Yeah, exactly. And power forwards.
Oh, Dirk doesn't count?
Nah, Dirk is power forward.
Wow.
Dirk, KG, the power forwards.
No, yeah, the KG one wouldn't count, but the Dirk one, I'm surprised. It's not a center.
No, that's power forward. Then you had Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Kobe Bryant, Steve Nash. Who else won MVP? LeBron, obviously, D Rose. Yeah, I already said Kevin Durant. Steph Curry, obviously. So yeah, that's it. It's just guards I could really name you, bro. So since Shaq, we didn't see an MVP. Jokic and Embiid were able to reinvent it. So I'll give Embiid that he was able to reintroduce the center position into the mainstream fold.
You know what? Like I said, that's probably the best part of the train ride of the trusted process. But again, like I said, it's a slow train pulling in late night. You're trying to get home, and the early portion of that train ride is Ben Simmons. The train ride was so slow because you're waiting for Ben Simmons' drunk ass to get off the train. Like
and you're waiting for him to become a complete player.
Yeah, in New York City, when somebody's drunk, they sometimes stop the train. Oh, we got a person that's sick. They threw up. We gotta wait for ambulance. That's Ben Simmons on the train ride, on the trusted process train ride. Everybody's waiting for him to get the fuck off. Get the fuck off the train.
You had Ben, you had Markel, you had Jimmy make a stop, which was optimism. Then you had Tobias make a stop, and he didn't pan out, obviously, but he stayed a little too long. Al Horford didn't pan out. James Harden didn't really pan out because him and Morey kind of got into it. So, it was a lot of fuck ups in the process, but I think the trust the process, it won't age beautifully, but it won't get ridiculed all the time.
Nah, it should.
I think
it should. Yeah. It should. That
it
fan
should
base. It should, because that fan base had to endure and accept a brand of losing, where they wore it like a badge, like a Nike check mark. They wore it in hopes that this will be flipped. Just to see the people that they endured all that pain for come through the team like Ben Simmons and be a bust. Basically be a bust. And not only that, he ruined their opportunities because they already had the championship team. Jimmy Butler was there. Get rid of Ben, keep Jimmy. They got rid of they got rid of Jimmy and kept Ben. So you keeping the guy that you tanked for, and then he's the one that's delaying the train from moving.
And this whole time, a 5'11" point guard. You know?
And then they finally realized it in 2019 when they trade, them trying to trade when they traded Ben for James Harden. That was the last minute ditch effort.
Yeah, that was after 2021 when they realized, this guy can't score above 5'11" point guard. This guy won't score in an important game.
Yeah, so hold on. So at the end of the day, this trust the process shit, they branded losing. They accepted losing. And this is Philly. We're not talking about Sacramento. We're not talking about Charlotte, New Orleans. We're talking about fucking Philly that is turned up for their sports. Yeah, they don't accept that shit. Yeah, no.
But dude, the thing is,
that's an East Coast city. It's an East Coast city. They don't accept losing as a form of branding. Like that's unheard of.
Look, I'll accept I'll accept all of the points you're making. Like I agree with 100%. But what I'm saying is Embiid represents the better part of that process. I think you can agree on that.
So, I don't know, man. You mean to tell me
you don't think Embiid represents kind of the better part of the process, or MVP, All NBA team, Hall of Famer?
What?
That he does represent the better part of the process. The process never panned out, obviously, but he does represent kind of like I think before the process failures are written down, I don't think he'll be one of the guys. I don't think his name will be brought up first. I think Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, I think Michael Colangelo.
He is the better process.
Those names will be
he
brought
is
up.
the better part of the process, but that's really not saying much. They made Philly a town where people take fucking pride. They branded they branded a form of losing as a badge of honor. And then at the end of the day, it has to pan out. Mm-hmm. With Embiid, the only way they're gonna look at it positive is if Embiid wins. If it pans out, if it doesn't pan out, that
then
means it's a loss, man. Philadelphia people are not accepting that, bro. Like I'll be honest,
they're not accepting that.
The East Coast cities don't work like that. They're not accepting and branding losing. That's unheard of. Sam Hinkie, hold on, Sam Hinkie. I don't know where he's from. He's definitely not from the East Coast. I can tell you that off rip. I even have to look him up. I already could tell.
I think Sam Hinkie's from like California. I'm gonna be
honest. It sounds like it because there's no East Coast guy that's ever gonna come to Philadelphia and tell an owner we're branding losing. That doesn't even make any sense. It won't work here.
Sam Hinkie's from the Netherlands.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's from the Netherlands. Yeah. But yeah, he went to Stanford. Makes sense. He's been out there on the coastline. Like, yeah, it's just different, man. It's just different. Philly.
Yeah, bro, I think the rebuild in the East Coast, you know who had a good job of it? Leon Rose. I don't know if he's from New York, but he clearly understood New York.
Yeah, he's from Jersey. He's from the tri-state.
So he understood how New York sports works.
Yeah, exactly. But he understands that shit could never work.
Yeah.
That shit.
Like even Sean Marks, in my opinion, he understands it he understands it. I'll give him that too.
Yeah, it's like a certain, but you can't brand it. Trust the process, and then you selling shirts like that's crazy in Philadelphia.
Celebrating every loss. Yeah,
man, that's crazy. I never would think that would ever happen.
Yeah, I remember Michael Carter Williams Rookie of the Year. Trade him. You remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to trade him the moment he won that award. Evan Turner, trade him. Yeah. Nerlens, I forgot how.
Drew Holiday.
Yeah, they traded a lot of guys.
Yeah, they traded a lot of guys. A lot of losing. We're talking about a town that probably the best American boxing fighters came. You know, the best fighters out of anywhere in the country, bro, came out of Philly,
Philadelphia.
Yeah,
I think Joe Louis is from Philadelphia, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather, the best boxers. You know, like come on, man, they're branding losing. Like that's unheard of. Man.
It was a joke.
Yeah, it's like it's unheard of, man. It's like what? So at the end of the day, that's why Embiid has to win. Embiid has to win, man. Or else this trust the process shit, they're not going to look at that, man. Like that is a complete failure. That is a complete, and there's a reason why Sam Hinkie has not. The NBA has pivoted away from him. He can't be back in the NBA, bro. They don't want that shit promoted that he was doing.
He hasn't been anywhere since.
No, he's pivoted to tech. He's in tech right now.
That's expected. He's a Stanford guy.
Yeah.
But I'm talking basketball wise. I haven't seen him anywhere.
Nope. It's to be honest with you, he was only in basketball for a short amount of time.
Yeah. That was to sell the whole trust the process. I remember. Then they brought Michael Colangelo. I don't remember. Michael, I think he didn't do anything significant. Alton Brand, he made the trade for Jimmy and Tobias, and they got Horford signing. And there's nothing much crazy that I remember from those eras, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's just crazy. But you know what? Philly right now, why you think, what's his name? Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey has not gotten into any of that analytical trust the process bullshit. No mention
because it only works in Houston. It only works in Houston.
And that's where Sam Hinkie came from. He came from that tree. So, you know, Daryl Morey, he's an analytical guy, but you in Philly, man. Like, I don't know how the hell they sold
analytics to blue-collar workers. Houston, the thing is, it's a business city, right? So it's easy to sell, like, fucking business people on analytics. Like, business-minded Houstonians on analytics. It's easy. Like, media will buy into it. Threes are better than two. Long twos are a bad shot. Mid-range is a bad shot. Yeah, it's easy to sell people that work in the oil industry, supply chain industry. It's very easy to sell those people the analytics. You're not able to sell it to Philadelphia.
No. And it's the brand, and no offense, the brand, because James Harden came out of that Houston brand of playing basketball with the three-point shooting. I'm not going to lie, when he went to the East, they do not like that brand of basketball that he plays. They cheered for him, but his style of play, it's not ideal for the East Coast people. Hate that shit. Like that whole three and layup. Nah, man, that's not basketball. Like,
that's Eastern Conference teams are like that, bro. Every Eastern Conference team is like that. I think like even Cleveland, those kind of teams are like that. Yeah. That's why you see like Tyrese Haliburton so popular in Indiana.
Yeah, there's a certain Indiana. They just like basketball. His passing is good. But it's like if you look at the certain NBA teams, they like Indiana's one. They kind of traditional when it comes to basketball. Like Indiana, Cleveland, New York, Philadelphia, Boston, there's a very traditional way. Even Boston Celtics, the way they're playing now, they're playing very modern, but at the same time, it's old school. They're playing great defense. They're strategically taking you out of your comfort zone. There's not too much it's not straight. It's beautiful basketball. It's a certain way it looks. Like people from the East, they know how it's supposed to look like. This whole the way Daryl Morey had him playing in Houston, that shit, people cannot stand that shit. I keep it honest with you. That is not basketball to a lot of us. That is not basketball. That is very predictable, and it doesn't work in the playoffs.
No, it's shown that it doesn't work in the playoffs.
Yeah, when you're playing against these smart teams,
but it's easy to sell Houstonians on it.
Yeah, it's it's. Nah, I think Daryl Morey had a nice formula for regular season winning.
Yeah,
but I think what he did, he overreached. I feel like he was telling Mike D'Antoni what to do. That part I didn't like.
That's what he did.
Yeah, I didn't because when I saw that offense when Mike D'Antoni was the coach, in the later years, right before James Harden and D'Antoni left, I was like, this is not D'Antoni's offense. Because if you look at Steve Nash and the Suns, they did everything. They took threes, they did layups, they took mid range, they utilized the whole space. Daryl Morey had these guys playing like a formulated basketball I've never seen before.
No, I mean, that's why you saw pick and rolls prosper. Clint Capella played his best years, and James Harden and those guys were able to have their best years because it became much more of a one-on-one formulated basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a one-on-one, and then you guys took the same shots. It was either 3-point, or if it was inside the 3-point line, it was gonna be like a cutting layup or pick and roll alley. There was no in between. Very few times it was in between. I never thought basketball could ever be like that. And then to see, I remember the series I was disgusted with the Rockets was when CP3 was bitching because they had a formula where they were trying to get a certain amount of free throws and then combining with the 3-point shots and the layups. They expected to they had a formula with that where they were supposed to win just off the sheer number of how many times the refs gives CP3 and James Harden a whistle. But hold on. The only part they didn't realize is that shit works in the regular season. In the postseason, the referees tuck in those whistles, so you're not getting those.
Yeah, because I remember against the Warriors, they were trying to sell a lot of plays. They were trying to sell a lot. You know what I mean?
Against the Warriors?
Yeah, the following year, I think it was 2018. No, 2019. This is when
Kevin Durant got hurt.
Yeah, and they were trying to sell, but I think it was game one where they were trying to sell a lot of their fouls. You know?
Yeah, that's the game I'm talking about. That's a series, matter of fact. That shit was so annoying watching CP3. I've never seen CP3 bitch so much.
Well, they both bitched a lot.
Shit, man.
Even James bitched a lot that series.
Yeah, but if you look at the Warriors, they use analytics too, but they actually utilize the whole game. Steve Kerr will never, ever have them playing like that. Steve Kerr is a champion with the Spurs and the Bulls, with Phil Jackson and Popovich. You think Steve Kerr will tell you, yo, this whole space that's wide open, nah, no mid-range? No.
So I think the idea of mid-range jumpers being obsolete that the Rockets did try to portray, it's a bullshit concept because that year Toronto Raptors, Kawhi dominated the mid-range jumpers.
Exactly.
That series, the whole playoffs. Kevin Durant dominates the mid-range jumpers. I think it's been alive throughout NBA's history. You know, the mid-range jumper, you cannot kill it.
Nope.
I think now the mid-range jumpers are more welcome because I think people realize how flawed it is. I think, who did a good job in calling out that bullshit was Charles Barkley and a lot of...
because they understand. They understand that all if the fans realize all the NBA champions or guys who've been to the finals or high level in the playoffs, they all call bullshit. Isaiah Thomas, Charles Barkley, they all call bullshit. They're like, wow, Charles Barkley said, if I played against a team that was just gonna take layups and threes, that's an easy win. We exactly know what to do. We don't even have to game plan for them.
Yeah.
That don't even make no sense. I was like, yo, there was a time in the NBA where they just, I don't know if they were just trying to give jobs to their friends, some of these owners, but they just kind of said, hey, former basketball players, we don't want you managing and building these teams. We're just going to give it to our friends over here coming out of MIT and Stanford.
Yeah,
Like
because they wanted to techify NBA.
Yeah, they did, and it didn't work because you know why? I remember those years we seen some of the biggest blowouts in some of these regular season games. In the first by the first half, some teams were down by 40 points.
Yeah.
Like I remember what's his name, Earl Watson, when he coached the Suns. He said he had a front office guy come to him. He said the team had no 3-point shooters. They barely had 3-point shooters. They told him before the game even started that he had to at least attempt a number of 3-point shots, and he's sitting there wondering where is it gonna come from. They didn't have the personnel to even attempt those shots. But how can you pre-tell a coach before the game even start, this is how many 3-point shots you have to attempt? That's not basketball, bro.
No, that's not. It's computer analysts. And I also think during that time, sports was also drifting towards that. You remember the movie that was famous, Moneyball, where they ran the whole team based on analytics?
Yeah, I remember that. That was dope. It was cool, but notice how it only lasted like for 1 year.
Yeah, after that, they kind of burned out.
Yeah, the Moneyball has turned into what's something that everyone kind of oh, you know what? The Moneyball season has become the sleeper pick in fantasy. You know, everyone loves chasing the sleeper. Oh yeah, I got the sleeper pick. You didn't know about this guy. In fantasy football, people love that, or in fantasy sports and overall. No, or you could relate it to the Euro pick back in the day in the NBA, where the general managers were always fiending to find a sleeper Euro pick. That used to be the same thing. They used to chase after that. It used to be like a nice little high to them. Oh, I got the sleeper Euro pick. You don't know about this guy. But meanwhile, like more than like 90% of them failed. So it's like a gold rush. This whole,
a gamble.
Yeah, it's like a nice little gamble. It's like being on tilt in poker.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it sounds nice. It's a nice little rush, a nice little high, but when you really step back and look at it, this shit don't work.
Nah, it don't work at all, bro.
Yeah, it's just like, it is what it is. But James Harden, I give him props. He found a way to manipulate the game. You know, he did his thing. He manipulated the rules. But now that they've taken away those rules, so this season so far, like he hasn't scored crazy amount of points, but his assist numbers are nice. Like he's making good decisions. Got to turn the ball over a little bit less, but he's doing his thing, man. I can't front.
Yeah, he's been great.
Yeah, he's been doing his thing. But you know, at the end of the day, the game is ever evolving. But to take away certain aspects of the game that's part of it, it's like the Rubik's Cube. It's almost like taking away the colors in the Rubik's Cube. How the fuck are you gonna complete it if you took away the colors?
What's the point of even playing the Rubik's Cube at that point?
Yeah, well, that's basically what Daryl Morey did to Mike D'Antoni in the 2019 Rockets.
Yeah,
I'm just like, what the fuck is this? I've never seen that before. They were not gonna beat Kawhi like that. They were not gonna even beat the Warriors.
Like yeah, they didn't beat Kawhi that year, 2017. Then 2018, they lost to the Warriors.
Yeah, 2017, I think Kawhi got hurt too. Man, imagine if Kawhi didn't step on who he stepped
Zaza Pachulia
on Zaza's leg, man. I think the Warriors, I don't know if they would have. I don't know, man. He kind of was in their ass. Finals. Yeah, I don't know.
They would have went to the finals, but it would have went to Game 6 at least.
Yeah, he was kind of in their ass, but so funny. That series kind of played out in 2019 without KD. Like the Warriors were kind of struggling against them, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably another breakdown I should do on that shit. But I'm not gonna lie, the NBA, some of these teams don't get any visibility. Wizards,
yeah, they don't. You have to
Hornets.
actually go out of your way to look at them. Like I think I was like researching Alexander Sarr, and I had to like actually Google that shit because like nobody cared.
Yeah, it's crazy because remember how we were talking about earlier with the Lakers, it goes to show you, because LaMelo Ball at the end of the day, he doesn't get any promotion, but he's still kind of like,
he's popular.
Yeah, he's still popular because of the social media thing.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
He's charismatic. People like to joke with him, and he scores like so many points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's averaging 31 points on 46% shooting, so that's like fun.
Yep. The Wizards. Who else? The Pelicans, they're forcing to give them games because of Zion. They were trying to force that shit. Yeah, the Jazz. Oh my God, the NBA. Yeah, there's certain teams the league gotta do a better job, man. Hopefully, you know what it is? Hopefully, with this new TV deal, I think more of the small teams will get visibility because now there's gonna be more national games. It's every day of the week. I think after a certain part of the NFL season gets through, the NBA will have nationally televised games from Monday through Sunday.
Yeah.
Starting in 2025-26 season. Yeah, because Adam Silver is going to have to really kind of start promoting some of these teams because it's crazy. You got LaMelo Ball and you got Miles Bridges. You got that announcer and you don't have these guys on TV at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just... And the Raptors is another franchise.
It's Scotty Barnes.
Yeah, if you get drafted there, you're not getting no visibility.
No, I think DeMar and Kyle Lowry, credit to them. They worked their way up for visibility.
Yeah. I think Drake had helped them with that because he's from
when he became
there.
the band ambassador.
Yeah, I think that helped him a little bit.
Because the Wizards tried with Wale, but Wale wasn't as big as Drake.
Yeah, Wale wasn't as big. You're right. I just, when you said that right away, I was like, yeah, Wale, I think was in brand ambassador too.
Yeah.
The Hornets, I don't know who could. J. Cole should have been part of this shit. Michael Jordan didn't think of that shit.
Yeah. They collabed, but they never made him a part of the Hornets organization.
That is a mistake on their part, bro. Yeah. That is a huge fucking mistake.
Michael doesn't like rappers.
Oh, Michael fucked that up, man. That franchise could have been worth way more. You would have got it. You would have got it more visibility, bro.
Well, you never heard that? Michael doesn't like rappers?
Nah, I've heard that. I've heard that.
Yeah.
But Michael likes money.
That is true. Michael does like money.
Michael likes money. You better know what your audience likes.
I remember, I think like Gucci, the Atlanta Hawks, they kind of have like the Migos, Gucci Mane. They kind of rotate their ambassadors.
Yeah. They're smart. They infuse all that. Yeah. And it gave them visibility too. Because the Atlanta Hawks is not a team where they're itching to put them on national TV, even with Trae Young.
Yeah.
They don't itch to put the Hawks on TV.
No, you remember the Ice Trae and Quavo giving them the chain and all that shit?
Yeah.
Like, that's how like Trae Young became cool to people.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy. Even Bucks they're gonna put on TV now because they're good.
Yeah, the Bucks. I mean, they have to put Giannis on TV.
They have to put him.
Yeah.
Wemby. Now, here's an interesting thing. I'm wondering the Wemby situation. How often they're gonna put him on? Cause I see that they gave him the Knicks on Christmas.
They have to. Look, I think the thing is, I think him and Zion off the gate got TV deals. But the problem is Zion was never relatively healthy, right? So it kind of defeats the purpose of having Zion on TV or the Pelicans on TV. Where I think it's different with Wemby because Wemby's more available.
But how many times was he on national TV last year?
Who?
I don't think Wemby was on national TV a lot last year.
Was he not? I swear he was. Because Wemby was talked about all over the world.
He was, but I'm saying like we've seen him in a lot of teams.
I remember the season opener. He was on TV.
He was, but like during the whole year, I don't remember seeing him on TNT at night.
He was on TNT at night against the Mavericks season opener.
But that was it, right? That probably was it.
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I don't remember. You got to pull up the schedule to see that.
Yeah, I mean, but it wouldn't shock me because to me, he should have been on there a lot more. But I remember even LeBron. I don't think they had him on TV like that.
Yeah,
when he first came. It's something about the rookies. They don't, even if they're hyped up, if they play for a small market, they don't really have him out there like that.
But they did hype up Zion crazy. I remember that. They gave him Christmas game. They gave him like a lot of shit.
And he didn't play none of it, right?
No, he didn't play none of it. So they kind of had to like step away from that. They usually give Trae Young and Atlanta Hawks. They give him Martin Luther King Day, but I think that's just because Martin Luther King's from Georgia.
Yeah, I'm wondering how the NBA handles the scheduling because of Zion's health. Like that's money missed to be made.
Yeah, because
you like going into this season, I don't know. Based off of last year, If I was the NBA, I'll give the Pelicans more games on national TV. But the year before, I don't know how they would plan for that, because every year, the last 3 to 4 years told you, don't put Zion on national TV. Not worth it.
Yeah.
Like it's not worth it at all. Even the Clippers. The Clippers are not worth to put on national TV.
Yeah.
The past like four years.
Yeah, because you never get healthy stars.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Hopefully, I don't know what's the NBA plans for Ja Morant this season, if they're gonna have him have a lot of like national games. Because those games versus the Lakers were epic, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh, Ja Morant?
Yeah, versus the Lakers on like TNT.
I don't know. I feel like
those games are
Memphis
really good.
Memphis has to show they're still that team.
Yeah.
Yeah, the NBA and I think people themselves move on way too fast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a Knicks game. Ja was playing, but I think he was hurt, man. He wasn't the same Ja that game.
Yeah, and I also think it's gonna take him time to become that Ja. I think early on in the season he'll struggle.
No,
but I think he'll become that.
This was before the gun incident.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. The injury, right?
Yeah, I think they forced him to play because it's like when you play in New York, it's different, man. Like these guys, it's a lot of marketing, a lot of like, especially if they're signed to Nike. Nike makes them do a whole run.
Yeah.
Like when they come to New York, they do a whole run. They go to Nike
Is
Town.
he still with Nike or he left?
Nah, he's still with Nike. He's still with Nike. So I think the game I went to, they made him play. He was the last one to come out during the warm-ups, and he wasn't the same. Like, he didn't really jump out the gym like that. Which was weird, but I already know they forced that dude to play. Because it's like Madison Square Garden is like too much promotion for these players, and it was a Sunday night too. So it was like I think the game was on ESPN. It might have been on there. Yeah, I was looking at what other teams don't really get marketing like that.
Brooklyn doesn't get marketing anymore.
Not anymore, but to be honest, a team that low-key doesn't get it because they're not good is the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, but Bulls a big market though.
Yeah,
that's the thing that throws me off.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. That's one of the NBA's biggest markets, man.
And I think they still sell out the most tickets too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And Chicago is like, it's unreal, like how big of a market it is for basketball. It's premier. It's definitely one of the premier markets you could be in for NBA. But it's so sad that they haven't been relevant in a while, man. Since Tom Thibodeau left.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't been relevant. But yeah, this was
good.
I
like Billy Donovan, but I don't know if he like fits. He doesn't fit in Chicago.
You know what it is with Chicago? I think they had a good plan, but at the end of the day, injuries, yeah, kind of killed it. Because when you think about it, their team should have been fun. Zach LaVine, Lonzo Ball, Alex Caruso. Yeah, it should have been. It should have been a nice little show to watch.
Yeah, and they got Vucevic from his peak. They didn't get Vucevic now.
Yeah,
like this is like 2 All-Stars later, you know.
Yeah, so it's kind of sad what happened, but you know, it is what it is, man. Like, you know, what can you do? What can you do? You live and you learn. Yeah. The Bulls, hopefully, they could actually get some assets when they do make trades, because trading Alex Caruso for no picks is crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and he's killing it.
Yeah, I don't understand what's their direction.
Yeah.
Besides making money. Making money,
bro. Bro, they care more about the baseball. Like, it's been known because he owns the baseball too. The White Sox, not the White Sox, the other Chicago franchise.
Cubs.
Let me see.
That guy that owns
the White Sox. He owns the White Sox, not the Cubs.
Oh, he owns a lot of buildings in Chicago. He's like James Dolan. Him and James Dolan's like the same thing.
Yeah, so he owns both the White Sox and he owns Jerry Reinsdorf. He owns the Bulls and the White Sox.
Yo, you know what's interesting about him, right? When you watch the Last Dance doc, right? You notice that I think he admitted in the doc he didn't know how big the Bulls were.
No, he didn't give a fuck about the. You know what he said?
Yeah, you can just tell.
He'll trade. Yeah, he's made it known that he would trade all 6 of his NBA championships for the White Sox championship. You know. Like just to win one White Sox champion, he traded all like 6 of his championships. He's made
crazy.
that known.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in the Last Dance doc, he was like, wow, these people really like this. And we were talking about Jordan after the 5th ring. He's like, wow, this is really a big deal. I'm just like looking at this guy like, yo, no wonder you chose your GM over your star.
Yeah. And the GM was, don't get me wrong, credit to Jerry Krause. He was a good GM, but you never give up your franchise player for a good GM.
You do if you one of these tycoons in these big cities, man. They don't.
Well, if you don't give a shit about basketball,
yeah,
like,
they don't live in the same circles.
Doesn't care about basketball.
Yeah, they don't, man. Because like him and James Dolan. James Dolan owns the Knicks, the Rockettes, the Radio City Music Hall, like so many venues. He even owns venues in the one that the Clippers owner Steve Ballmer had to buy him out of the LA Forum to get that new stadium. And then look, James Dolan just got the Spear in Vegas. These guys don't really. And then James Dolan spends most of his time playing a rock band. These guys are in like a different world, man. They don't really like the Knicks and all these teams are like little icings on the cake. But that they don't really care to eat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like the birthday cake they don't eat. They're just like, oh, yeah, it's happy birthday. They blow out the candles, and they're like, yeah, I got to go somewhere and do something.
Yeah, dude, Jerry Reinsdorf, like, he genuinely cares more about baseball than basketball. Like, he's made that known a long time ago.
But funny thing is that how come he don't sell the team?
I mean, why would you sell the Chicago Bulls?
I don't know, because I'm just like, somebody else could do something else better with it.
They don't care, bro. They're capitalist.
Yeah, it's just.
It sucks for the fans, but you know these guys care about making money, and as long as the Bulls sell tickets, as long as people buy Levine jerseys, they don't care.
Yeah, and we're gonna see. We're really gonna see a lot of these things come into fruition because.
Yeah.
Some of these small market teams that could really, be good, like even the Orlando Magic, we're gonna see if they're gonna hold on to a lot of these guys, man.
Yeah.
All right, Syed. Well, damn, we
care,
went
bro.
in. Yo, Syed, appreciate you. You guys definitely check out his newsletter in the description below. And yeah, man, can't wait for this season. This shit's exciting. Get to it, man. Let's get to it.
And subscribe to Orange Cookies, man.
Definitely appreciate you. This was definitely a long one. A lot of great things to get to this season and a lot of excitement in the air. So until next time, you fellas, stay safe. Peace.